Alright, it's time again for the Ocean Included. We're going to resume the game, and this is all on the highest difficulty settings, even the power, and even digging out resources, and even oxygen consumption. Everything has been cranked up to the maximum difficulty. Don't have any care packages, of course, because that is for them filthy casuals, right? And here we have a big problem. This does not make any sense. Let's cut the pipe and see what's going on. By the way, this is a modded planetoid, and we have a little bit of heat here. And the partner planetoid where we started on also has a little bit of heat there. Good. How do I make this now? Here is a duplicant. There is a duplicant. No food available. Hungry. Finding safer area. Building mesh tile. Oh man, oh man. No, we should be alright. Can we empty out the pipe a little bit? I think we could. Dum dum. The thing is, I forgot to put in. Forgot to put in a bridge that makes it very clear. Good. Where the stuff is going. Alright. Laboratory is ready. Everybody is doing something. Cycle 166. Good. Now, this liquid here must have preferential treatment over the pump. Good, let's get it in. Just need a little bridge here. Granite is fine. Is this all granite? I think we might have a mix here. It doesn't matter. Let's put the granite liquid bridge in. Here. Good. And if we build something pretty simple, deconstruct something, probably a building. It's not overbuilt. Doesn't make any sense. Good. The pipe is relatively full. This is going to get done. I think we're good so far. Pipe is full. Yep. Right. What about the food? We have pickled meal. Over here we have pickled meal. Good. We have meals. Then this thing is erupting. And when this thing is erupting, I'm gonna be scared. Right. I thought I had put this in already. Holding point. Going to say 0.1 liquid brine. Because it's more resistant to cold than salt water. And build this and that first. Alright, never drop it, never spill, never bar party 9. Do we have some brine? I'm sure we got some brine somewhere. Let's see if there's an errand maybe. No pending deliveries. Huh. That's not good. Salt water, sure. Salt water. I had this before. What about this? Oh. More salt water someone's gonna bring. Thought I had this. Good. Or bad, rather. Salt water, holding point, errands. Still no pending deliveries. Oh, here it is. Ha! I found it. Good, let's move it up. Maybe we can reclaim even these resources. And have this be part of the base. Can put something here. Bedrooms. Could do here. Could be nice. We probably will have to renovate something. This will not be a room. Alright, let's just let the dragons do it. Is all good. What about the priority on the map? Errands? Yeah. Sure they're gonna do it. Here we got a liquid I don't like. Good. So back to the base here. The important thing is we have to insulate ourselves in, or we're going to freeze. Food-wise, we're still right because we sent over supplement mealwood. Here's a pip. And they should plant. Did we bring the seed? I don't see it. Oh, we stole the seed here. It's not. Do we have another one? Or can we take a single one over? Sure we can. Move to here. Good. Errands. Current errand. Good. Then the pip needs a plant. This is very far away from these plants. Should be alright. Good. Then this is all going. We do have a washroom. We have a gym. We have a mess hall. We have a barracks. So if the heat should go over here, I don't know if it will. There's cold coming from there. But if it does, then a blast burst will grow. Now what we could do is renovate a little bit and make this into a great hall. Somehow. But I don't think we have the time. Gotta go here. No. Good. So what type of food goes here? All the type of food. Everything edible is the current project. Good. Pips should be ready to plant. This is where they can go. Idle, overcrowded, glum, I don't care. Here's where I want them to plant. Are they gonna plant when they grow up, or already when they're small? I never know. But it's alright. I don't think there's any plants in the vicinity. Got something here. Over there, this is way too far away. Here's a tile. And 6 tiles. Or I rip this out. Yeah. Deconstruct. Good, let's play it very safe. I don't want to wait forever. Good. Here we're doing a little bit. Take this out. Slowly reclaiming all this area. And there we can then build a small base holding 4 duplicants. Got the 4 duplicants. Got the water flowing, which will empty out here. But the bridge is in, or it is not. Liquid bridge, priority 9. Errands, not by schedule. That's fine. Punk W44 has other things to do. Priorities. Pioneers should be building and digging always. Good. Constructor and agent, like that. Ranching, farming is alright. Good. Do we have more spillage? Yes. Spilling all the liquid down. Got a green light. Let's get somebody here and refill this coal generator in order for the pump to pump. It's too bad we don't have any materials for batteries, for example. We're gonna have a little bit of energy wastage and limited resources wastage as well. Don't have unlimited coal. If we had something that we could feed the hatches, You have to find out what this is. If that is a volcano, that would be good. We got a volcano, carbon dioxide, liquid sulfur, and infectious polluted. We need an infinite resource. Could feed them pollution and then have a sage hatch. But a sage hatch? Let's find out about them. I think they're gonna drop... Oh, they're gonna drop coal as well. It's a slow process, but is a possible renewable source of coal. Alright then. Which reminds me, we have to build something to get rat pills. Let's check out the medicine tab. I think it's called an apothecary. Will we have a hospital somewhere? This already looks like a hospital. Can I have industrial machinery inside a hospital? I don't think I can. Do we have rooms? We don't. This here is looking great. In between airflow. In between airflow, we don't have materials here. Good, let's build something here. An apothecary. Good. Plumbing, medicine. Just for the future. Ah, we cannot. It uses ores. That's great. We have to wait more. Good. This is great. Is somebody doing this? This is not green? Maybe somebody now is doing it? Yep. Power supply to coal generator. Operating or supplying. So we do not have a dedicated supplier here. Who could be doing it? Who's the dedicated supplier on the other planetoid? It is the age... No. It's a constructor, which makes sense. They supply all the time. This is not getting... Is this done? Idle? Saltwater? Errands? Chef Matka cannot do anything but cook. Poor guy. They could tidy. Let's grab it. Coal goes over here. Or should we collect it there? Nah, here we want to have the refined carbon and later on the rat pills. Alright, consumable ore, coal. Good, just put it all in as a current project. And this has a priority of 9. Somebody's bringing coal. Boop, and we're pumping again. Good. How much liquid is here? A ton? Just a ton. Yeah. The loop will fill up, but the reservoir will not. Is fine. And then I kind of want the same thing that I got going on here. And that is heat exchange happening. Oh, we never renovated. I reloaded the game way too soon. Ah. Good, let's renovate. But that also means I gotta be careful here about my water. That's not the water. Yep. Good, cut this up. Put that in. So now we have the zipper system. And that will then make sure that we're zippering over, except doesn't look like we do. Why are we not doing it? Now is coming. Eh? Oh, because this is full, we're going to overflow here. So we need yet another bridge. Now that sucketh. If we were to bridge on here, that would be way better. Let's do that. Liquid bridge, deconstruct. Da-dum. Da-da-da-dum. Like so. Yeah. Good, then right now we're bridging on the wrong way. But good, and we're going the wrong way again. Good. And where's the bridge that I want to build? Here, and this bridge needs to be deconstructed right now. Good. So this is white, and we're going to overflow here definitely. How is this so complicated? Good. And here we're coming. And the flow direction is clear. Except when I build this now. Flow direction again will not be clear. This sucketh so bad. We just need 2 bridges. Rickett Bridge. Marson! Marson says, good morning. Glad I catch you early in the stream. I'm watching episode 1. Love your slurping of water in the start. What a way to start a let's play. Yeah, so sorry. But I figure it's 8 hours or so a day, and I think I can have a tea to keep me healthy on stream. I could mute the microphone, but then I have a little bit of a thump, and I don't know which one's worse. So I try to be professional, but it's not always working out. Alright. What is all this? Are we trying to grab these things? A lot of duplicates here are idle. Why? The cook artist is supposed to cook all the time, but there's nothing to cook. What happened here? Oh, can we dig? Something weird happened here. We have to close this down. Oh man. Now with the pips escaped. Sure we could wrangle them up, but yeah, alright. Now that sucketh. Good. Food. We're gonna take a critter drop off. Build it here. Nobody is building the pipes. Schedule. Schedules are looking nominal. 1, 2, 3, 4. Good. And yet nothing is getting done and people are idle. Good, but that is on the other colony. And here we actually got something to do, and that is drywall. Going to make it from sedimentary rock. And this is going to look like that. I did this before, and I thought I saved the game. Maybe it did not load the game that I was supposed to load. I don't know. Good. Build it up, rotate, bam. And here as well. Let's go. There and there. Good. Then we're gonna do a sheer white sedimentary on the edges. Good. This is gonna be a very nice pattern. It's gonna look fantastic. And then the good old temperature plates. From sedimentary. Here all the way down. There all the way to the right. Here all the way down. There all the way to the right. Third column. And third row. Last column. Good. Right. Hopefully nothing happens to the poor duplicants. I don't want to have to put this all in again. This is going to look fantastic. Now here, the pipes are not being built. Party construction right now. Don't know what is going on. Maybe they try to... Can you explain temp shift plates in noob? Noob is my favorite language. So it's pretty easy. Temp shift plates are a background building, so they don't take up space. And that is the point of them. They have a high mass, and they have some sort of heat exchange capabilities. But the important thing about the temp shift plate is the 800 kilograms mass, and that they don't take up space. What you could do to transfer heat between two tiles is put in a building, right? Building takes on the temperature of the gas or the liquid in the tile, and then is going to transfer heat to everything it touches. Now, the temp shift plate has a high mass and touches all 9 tiles here. So, of course, the heat exchange is going to be brutal. That's the point of the temp shift plate. High mass and high space range. So it's 9 tiles. It's not just here in the middle. It's going all the way around. And the gas here is exchanging heat with the mass. And the liquid is also exchanging heat with the mass. Marcin asks, does it transfer the heat of the room to the pipes, or am I not understanding? Yes, to everything that's here. So if there is a building, then there as well. So it's just another thing that is transferring heat. If you have a building and a pipe and a gas or a liquid, then all these things are going to exchange heat with each other. So the temp shift plate is exchanging heat with the liquid, and the liquid is exchanging heat with a pipe. If the temp shift plate was sitting in a vacuum, though, that would not work then, because you still need a medium inside of the tile. A vacuum will never exchange heat with anything that sits there. Now, things touching each other in the same layer, for example, the debris is touching here the marble tile, that will exchange heat even in a vacuum. So that's in the vacuum rule. But normally you should just, if you're starting out the game, you should just know that the high mass of the temp shift plate and the range it has, all 9 tiles, is really helping out with distributing the heat properly. So we have the radiant liquid pipes, we have the temp shift plate, and we have the liquid. So if there is a hot thingy here, like for example hot gold, it should instantly distribute the heat across the whole thing, because we have the temp shift plates, the liquid, and even some pipes. The liquid in the pipes is also helping out, of course, and is going to change up its temperature as well. So my hopes is that the volcano will heat up the area enough so that we have salt water going in at the right temperature in our base, because we want to temperature regulate our base. It's a bit hot now, and 22 degrees is what we're looking for. We're not looking for less than 22 degrees, because that will stifle the plants as well. So yeah, does it transfer the heat of the room to the pipes? Kind of. It is going to transfer the heat in range to the liquid, is what's going to happen. And the liquid then is going to transfer the heat to the pipes. Good. Science, weakest subject at school, says Marcin. Should have listened in class more? I don't know. This is probably not exact science. I think this is definitely not exact science. It's based in science, and that's why it's so good. The game mechanics here all make very much sense for playing the game. But of course you cannot mix gases, you cannot mix the liquids, and that is not very scientific. But we do have rules of science that are very much the basis of things. Thermal conductivity, thermodynamics. Yeah, this game gives a big nod to real science, with a big wink as well. So yeah, it's pretty cool. We're gonna remove the brine just as a security measure here. Mopping it up right away. Good. How's my liquids going? Also, we have to take care that the liquids here are going all the time. And this now looks alright. Except we do not have supplement liquid anymore. 32 degrees. I think it's time to empty out this thing. Oh man. Tell you what, we're gonna make this different. We're going to deconstruct this and that. And then we're gonna empty out this tank into here. Is crazy pants, but is also a good idea. Now, of course, we can't reach the pips then anymore. And that will be bad. So we don't have any time here. We have a similar problem of... Oh man, what the heck is this? Are we stuck again? So we just... How is this happening? This should be bridging on. Let's check this out. That liquid pipe we're going to deconstruct. Good. So if we bridge on here, this should not work. The pipe is blocked, alright. So how come... Yeah, this should take preference here, and it does. How come this is so full? Don't tell me we're zippering here. That's what it looks like. That should not be. Good, let's just empty out the pipe and see what we get. We have another idle person, the cook artist. They're never gonna help build. And they might never help with digging as well. Yep. Could do some art. But no, that wastes resources. This is so crazy. Do we have a rancher? We might have. Let's wrangle 2 pips. And we're going to put them here. Critter. Pips, priority 9. Good. Is somebody doing it? Let's check the errands. Yep, they're gonna do it. Alright, what happened here? Don't know, but it's fine. What about our temperature? Good, right now we're living off pickled meal of the other planetoid. Is alright. Let's do that for a little while at least. Idle duplicants. Nobody is helping out. That is the thing with the chef. Can they run the wheel maybe? Maybe. Good, let's see if they're doing it. Cook artist. Oh no, they're helping out with the pips now. That's good. Somebody else might run the wheel. Good. No plant in range. They should be planting. What about the pollution? Kind of want to reduce the pollution here. Because it's high. First of all, remove this. Good. Maybe a bin. Pollution bin. In the end, we're gonna feed the pollution to the hatches, and they're gonna produce coal. But for now, don't know. Let's build this up as a current project. And continue on with what we were doing here. Like so. Oops. Good. Take this out. Might be another hatch. This needs to be done. Priority 9. Alright, back to here. This is all getting built up. We're getting a lot of liquid now. This is still green. Because we're erupting, haha. I found this is intermittently red. So let's collect some liquid first. Before we pump again. Good. This is now looking normal. Hopefully we have enough heat exchange here. Now, of course, the problem is the carbon dioxide in. It's not a good heat conductor. But that's fine. The temperature of plates will help. Will help out the carbon dioxide. They enhance the carbon dioxide. Also, steam immediately is going to give up its heat. Because it touches all the temperature of plates and everything. Yeah. It's going to be great. I'm just hoping that the sedimentary rock pipes are good enough here to help transfer heat into the liquid. We might get too hot liquid. And that should then get ejected to here. Out of the build. So making another liquid shut-off with another thingy could be an idea. Or we just have it go in here because we're going to delete the heat using the plants. If it's too hot immediately. But I doubt it. Or do I? Let's not build up heat exchange here for the liquids inside. They can sit on an insulated tile, it's fine. This is all good. And so my fear now is that this all heats up and the lower parts heat up first. And that is exactly what is going to happen. But alright. And then when finally this part heats up, it's gonna be sent through. And that might be bad. Probably would have been the better idea to have the liquid pipe thermosensor in the middle of it. But alright. It's fine. I would also like to have the liquid reservoir somewhere where it can have a safe temperature. Where all the liquid here is exchanging heat with itself inside the liquid reservoir. That would have been better. But since this is not exact and doesn't need to be exact, I think we should be fine. The polluted water is going to run through the pipes and not going to exchange heat outside of the room much. And it's going to get deleted by the plants. Yeah, should be good. I don't know. Good. The duplicates are gonna build this up. This should be better. But this is not what I got. Let's see if it works well enough. Right, here we're doing some things, and the cook artist is running the wheel intermittently. We're not using this power. I think we should use this power as well for something. How about the grill? Yep. Deconstruct. Good. And deconstruct. So the grill now is just on that. These wires. Priority construction, put them up now. They're very important. The gym is now bringing energy to the grill. What are we grilling? Pickled meal, of course. Is alright. And did we plant? Not just yet. Hope they're gonna plant here soon. Then we should work on a farm. But insulating ourselves in did not commence yet. Dig through here when we have the time as a current project. And here, and then find out what is this. Good. So then we can tame this Geysir volcano. Here the duplicates are doing it. We need more resources all the time. Should be priority 5 though. I want this done first. Priority 9 on the build of the insulation. 3 pips now. Come on, plant this. They're too small, they're not gonna plant. Probably. If we look at the plants. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. This is all not in range. Bliss burst. Over here, this is way too far away. But let's rip it out anyhow. We don't need it. Dig. Good. Just gonna make sure now. Pips are not planting. Baby pips don't plant? Don't know. Good. This is connected up. We have power for the grill now. Good. Somebody is going to run the wheel. And then grill. Good. If we had any of the resources, we could do it. Here is more critters. We have to free them. Or at least be able to go there for the meat. It's 3 of them. So I guess we are going to have another project. What's the best way to do this? Up here. Dig all this out first. And then build a ladder up. Good. These duplicates have something to do. Right. Do we have more spillage? And 0.2 cycles. When will this erupt? 2.9 cycles. Oh man, oh man. It should instantly condense to water. And exchange temperature with these pipes. Since this is very cold. Yeah. Should have a thermosensor here, but we just can't. The thing is, my hopes is that everything will exchange heat with each other simultaneously. That's probably not going to happen. But I'm excited. I have a lot of materials here. A lot of mass. Should work out. And are we going to construct this in time? 2.9 cycles? We still have half the room left. Maybe. 45% stress now. Chef Matka. What's wrong? Oh, somebody is using a grill. I would be mad as well. Can we help them out? Stress 44%. High morale. Frankly depressing. Cancelling each other out. Water spillage. We could collect our water somewhere. Right. So I want this all here and I need it now. Because this is emptying out. Still have a buffer liquid. This. It would make more sense to just put this pump in here. And put another pump here. But I'm definitely not going to waste the steel. I'm going to wait for gold. 26.2 seconds. Gold doesn't help me actually. To wait for something else. Oh dear. The insulated liquid pipe granite is bursting. What? Do we have a liquid inside? Contents empty. Why is it getting wrecked? Steam's not that hot. Insulated liquid pipe. Properties. Melting point 670. Are we getting a liquid here? Should not. Is alright. Good. Tobogans are working. What about the carbon dioxide? Can we get a better drop off? Doors should be working harder. Let's manually run the doors a little bit to drop down more carbon dioxide. Huh. Here's a drop off. Can we facilitate this drop off? There's only 2 tiles here. Don't like that much. Think we can. Good, let's get more steel then. Deconstruct buildings. Right. Looking good. Gasping for breath. Can we somehow get this out? I mean, this doesn't help too much. But let's dig something here. Good. Can we dig here from below? No, cannot. But from above, then later. Good, this is going another ladder. But I think I want to replace this ladder with granite. Looks better. Alright, let's do it. And then we have a 3 tiles carbon dioxide to drop off. Good. So it is possible to pour this water here and use it up. How are we going to reach the ranch then? Coming from here maybe. Going in this side is what we're going to have to do intermittently. Then the carbon dioxide drop off will also be a problem. So we're just gonna have it here, right? Not ideal. Dum 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 dum. And oh, how's this looking so strange? Good. Let's build the ladderways. Don't need to collect up the wood. Is there still a pip here? No. Dum. Okay, another ladder there. This ladder is no longer needed. Dum. Good, maybe help a tile and replace this. No. Let's leave it dirty. Is alright. Good, so we're going to do a controlled spill. Intermittently we're going to use the helper tiles. And what about this? Is it storing salt? What? That makes no sense. Nonsense. Alright, we're gonna have a spill here then. Are we going to use igneous rock? What do we have the most of? Let's use some granite here. Going to start up like so. And then let it spill in. Good, we have to close this off here. Of course. But everything is still reachable. Carbon dioxide pit is going to be a problem. But alright. Yeah, I think this is just will work for the duplicates now. Because we don't have a good airflow. Deconstruct these buildings. Place this all. Something like that. Maybe better airflow here. Just so that we have it. Sure. Gonna regain some of the diamond as well. Alright. Do we need skills? Constructor, demolition, let's go. Good. See if we can use it already. We can. Lab desk, ugly, demolish. Well, we have the time. Good, we still have food. Insulation is in. Volcano. That is good. That is great. That means the coal production is safe. And it is a normal volcano. Check the temperature properties. Good. Granite insulation is not sufficient. Igneous rock insulation 1400. This comes out at our 1700. Igneous rock woodwork. How much igneous rock do we have left? Some. Good. We're going to make a volcano tamer now. And that volcano tamer will just be a whole bunch of liquid. That's all it's gonna be. A whole bunch of liquid. Right. How do we get in there? Do a 2-tile shaft up here through there. What about this cold stuff? I want all the liquid to drop down. Is dormant. Oh man, oh man. What if we mess up? Don't know. We have to find a place for Stonehenge ranchers to get the coal production going. Choop choop. What about here? What are we doing? Let's have a granite sandstone leadaway. I don't know, this is granite. Let's have a granite leadaway up when we have the time. Good. And here. Choop choop. And then dig this all out as well. Good. Just so we have that. Right, so what do we want to do? Barracks and such. I don't think that's even needed. I think the volcano taming is more important. Good. So how is this going to look? The age-old question. Let's dig through here. Good. And close this off there. No, it's too soon. I need as much room as possible. How about just 1 tile? Yeah. Just 1 tile. Good. Get the grand ladder going. Over here. Good, and that will lead us into this biome. Put water. Put ice. Going to drop it all down here. Hydrogen. Anti-entropy thermal nullifier. Good. So we're going to run the extra hydrogen that we have here all the way into the AETN, and that will cool down even more. Weezeworts, luckily, are planted inside of this granite, so they're very safe. This one, not so much. It's planted in ice. That one, not so much. It's planted in snow. This one, neither. But that's fine. We're gonna rip this all out here and reclaim the space for ourselves. Right, this here is going to be the container. And if we want the materials, we will have to go down there and grab them. We have iron. This is refined metal, but how do we get it out of there? Don't think that's possible currently. So we're gonna send over some gold for an auto sweeper. Do we have a mechatronics engineer here? Yes, we do. Pioneer Punk W444 is a mechatronics engineer. So we could do a loader from gold and an auto sweeper from gold. And we have the ores to run it. And we're going to run through the liquid. This is going to be really a lot of liquid. The ATN is going to cool down the area. It might even cool it down too much. And we're going to facilitate the heat transfer between the volcano and the ATN. What about gases? Since this is part of the base, everything will be oxygen. Drop down of the carbon dioxide though. It will drop down here. So let's leave the basin a little bit smaller for the moment. So the carbon dioxide can go. I don't think this is a good idea here actually. We need gas flow. Even though it's gonna be cool, we have to live with this. It's not gonna be that cool. This is the edge of it all. What if we extend this out? Alright, so what we're gonna do is 3 tiles. Should be enough. Can we do this? Oh, we could do 4 tiles even. And this is then a lot of diggage. But alright. Good, we're gonna chuck down the ice here. How do we reach this comfortably? Something like that. So 4 tiles, carbon dioxide, drop off. Ooh, this is a lot of work. I think the chef needs to help out digging. Still have food, which is good. Let's reduce the mass here. Going to dig it all out. Good. Did the pips plant? They refuse. And we have an adult pip now. Please plant this. They don't want to plant it. But they should. Let's wait for them to do it. Barely have any food here, that's alright. Good. Battery, heat. Kind of nominal. Good. Reduce the mass some more. And here. Going to use igneous rock as much as possible. Good. And then this is going to be the liquid basin that holds all this liquid, which is polluted water that is melting. Yep, that's alright. Dig through here, of course. Good. Autosave. And then that. This piece of ward can go out here. We might use it for something. Alright. Base is looking good. The cook is running the wheel because they have nothing to do. He has meal ice now, so once they get off the wheel, they might start cooking again. Good, somebody's on the toilet. Is the toilet functional? Probably not. If I do this, what will happen? How do I do this? Dum. So here's something coming. Let's see, it should take precedence. But it probably will not. Liquid bridge, deconstruct. We have to bridge this on before. Liquid bridge, deconstruct. So if we do the bridge over here, and then go there, bridging on. And then again we don't have the direction. I just don't get it. I just don't get it. Alright. Let's give it a direction over there. And then bridge it on. But isn't that what I was doing here before? Does it matter? It's the exact same thing. This is a big riddle. Let's solve the riddle, but not neglect this base. One more thing here, and I can supplement my emergency liquid. It's more than 5 tons. That duplicate will get wrecked. Completely. Why is it so stressful here? Chef Matka is stressed out. Don't know why. Cart, deconstruct. Let's put the cart somewhere else. Oof, do we have room? Sure. Let's have Matka sleep here. Maybe they're gonna sleep better there. It's kind of warm. Hopefully it's not too hot. Good. Cot is getting deconstructed. Fat cat is here. Let's let them sleep there instead. This tile is gonna get built. And then we're gonna pour some water. All of this water? Insulated tile, deconstruct. Carpeted tile. If I deconstruct a carpeted tile, will I get all my carpet? Doesn't matter. Deconstruct. We have unlimited carpet. Probably. Hopefully. Good. When will this erupt in one cycle? Good, let's solve this riddle. Right. Overflow water is coming out and going into here. Simple. Now I have to find a way to have an emergency liquid going. I don't understand how this did not work before. Bridge here, bridge there is a no-brainer. Bridging on. Jim. If I bridge onto here, cannot zipper in. I do need a direction. Alright, let's make a direction bridge here. Deconstruct. Good, and deconstruct it now. Liquid bridge. Granite. Alright, so just so that we know where everything is going. Alright. Good, and then we have 2 greens, which means we should zipper. We should be zippering. If I just connect this up, should be a zipper system. Good. Build this now. Are we overbuilding? It's not. Liquid pipe, granite. Here. Liquid pipe, connect. Good. Priority now. Build something, priority 7. Good. Bridge is done, bridge is in. Liquid is flowing. Good, it's collecting up here because this pipe segment is not built. We're building it now. Jim. Constructed. Ooh, that only took them just a moment. Just so it was almost instant. Nice. Good, the liquid is coming and is gonna zipper in here. Right. So that's how you do it. Deconstruct these, no longer needed. This all might be needed, don't know. And we have polluted water messing up liquid supplies. Too much liquid. Going to delete it. Let's mop this up immediately. And prioritize here. Good. What is the temperature? Then we're going to need a habitat here, and then one there, and then we're going to delete this polluted water. I want this to be clean. Too bad we cannot mop it up. But is alright. How is this not happening? Cancel build. Take this now. Good. Move up here. Build this up. And then we're gonna have a bottle emptier here somewhere to put in all the pollution. The germed pollution as well. If you look at the germ overlay, yep. There's polluted dirt, which is germed. Let's deconstruct this thing. Good. Polluted dirt needs to go here. Also, we don't have a debris storage. Gonna look into that as well. So much to do over here. Alright. We're going to wrap it in half a cycle. And the room is finished. Good. What about the liquid here? We're up to almost 2 tons. Let's run it. Good. How are we supposed to do this? Let's do some digging. Alright. It's looking good. Man, I normally lock these doors. This is very disconcerting to look at. Alright. Put it in the last temp shift plate. And hopefully we're gonna have instant heat exchange here. Everything is 22 degrees. Ladder is 24 degrees. 23 degrees, 24 degrees, 22 degrees. Liquid inside though is 13 degrees, huh? Liquid is not exchanging heat. But that is what I actually want. You need radiant pipes. Completely out of gold. Could use steel. Oh man. We need to empty this out. And then replace this with radiant pipes. As soon as we have the materials. And that is the thing. Don't have the materials. Good. Can we put this somewhere else? The brine we need to move. Good. Move to command. Priority 9 errands. Someone is doing it. Alright, over here. Central debris collection. Where would be the place? Middle-ish? Or maybe here where stuff is coming out. Could be. Let's do our theme. Airflow, 4 tiles, airflow. This looks like good airflow here. Let's make 2 and 2 because we do have that luxury. Right. Ladder here from sandstone. Continue on. Deconstruct. Still have food. Good. This is done. Fantastic. Alright. How's this never getting done? Oh, we can reach it. Good. Polluted is mopped up. Will there be more coming? Need to bring the polluted ice somewhere as well. So having this a complete dump where the duplicate cannot reach is a reasonable idea. But yeah, we have to somehow get there. 250 key. I need this to spill. It's going to spill here. Up. 1, 2, 3. Let's do 3 ground lettuce there. Like so. Good. And then we can dig through there. This might spill. Good, let's not forget to dig out the volcano. Alright. Let's not pop it just yet. This needs to be done. Here, this. Dig out there. In the end, this will be a huge container. But maybe we need more diggers. Party skills. The cook. Goes into grilling? No. Going into art. Spice grinder usage, no need. Punk W444 will help out digging. Good. Parties. Yep, looking good. So if we do 2 diggers. Yes. That is going to happen. This all is getting built. Going here, continuing on the pole. Construct this tile. I want the pole all the way through. And that is then going to... I think it would be a better idea to have the Great Hall somewhere where it can actually be. This is just a mess hall. It's not good enough. We should have done a gym here and the Great Hall there. Maybe. No, because this is cold. So gun collection. Will be collected here, the supply teleport output. It is quite centrally located. Alright. So let's do it. Deconstruct this. Good. Going to replace these tiles. And that one. Just streamlining a tiny tad. And we're done. The pips did plant. Good. Let's dig out this flower pot. And then we're gonna switch up to a different type of food. Right, let's immediately deconstruct the flower pots. They don't make any sense anymore. And we are going to need an automatic dispenser. Rotate, put it in. Good, this all. I think if we were to build farms, could be a good idea. But I need 4 tiles up high farms. Could even do a farm here. Wait a minute. I'm going to deconstruct this all. I want a 4 tile up here. This is going to be the first farm. 4 tiles high. 1, 2, 3, 4. This fits. That means the roof of it is going here. Let's get it. How much granite do we have? It's alright. 4. This all will be deconstructed. Flower pots. Going to start with food. We're gonna start over there. Is the height correct here? It's completely not. Good. This all needs to be deconstructed. Here's the farm height. Yeah. To renovate. How are we gonna do this? 4 tiles high. So that is here. Here. And to there. Which is a straight shot to here. So it's gonna be perfect. Let's deconstruct the stuff. What we're gonna do with the pips though? Don't know. Let's deconstruct this all as well. Good. We're going to start with a mesh tile. And then a door. Good. And this is all going to be really good airflow. And then we're going to do something else. We're going to start with marble. Let's put a marble tile in. Right. And then we're going to continue with carpet for the rancher. Going to be very comfortable. Right. And here is going to be a mood lamp. How much diamond do we have enough? How much diamond do we have enough? Solar side desk. Pretty cool. Put it in. And station. Oh, this is a lot of renovation. This is crazy. Alright. Door goes here. Marble goes there. Carpet. We're out of carpet? That's a shame. So sandstone then. Good. Here we're going to do... yeah, refined metal is also what we need. Is alright. Good. Build this all up. Pretty. It's gonna be alright. Another marble tile. Here's a station from copper. Grooming station, copper. Can we rotate? No. Put it in. This we can deconstruct. Going to use mesh tiles in between here everywhere. Right. Here as well, but that's not needed. This can be open. Our sweep uppage system goes here. Right. Dispenser. Good, we're just gonna put it down on one spot here. Right. Let's copy settings here so we have some farming to do. Alright. We can dig out this all. So we're gonna confine the pips to this place should we need them again. Flower pot. Here and there. And there. And then we're gonna copy the settings. Alright, another growing station here. And this is where we're gonna bring the hatch eggs. And this is then in the end where we're going to have our stone hedge ranches. 2 might be sufficient. Gonna overproduce igneous rock. How we're gonna keep it cool? The AATN. Is the AATN sufficient to cool down a volcano? That's a resounding no. But with all this cool energy, we'll be fine for a long while. Dig this out. Good. There is enough sand. Keep the water stuff going. Dugans have a lot to do now. And here the thing is happening. The thing is happening. 90 degrees C. Yeah. This is too hot. But luckily the heat is confined. Overheat damage of the liquid reservoir. Overheat damage of the liquid reservoir properties? Yeah, I thought this would go better. So the liquid reservoir is going to be steel then instead. Of course it's gonna suck because of the liquids inside. We're going to have to deconstruct it and bring the bottle to here. Right, when will this be idle? In 100 cycles. Good. So will this go all up to 500 degrees? I do not know. And when the liquid reservoir is broken, what will happen? How are we up to 70? Chef Matka, what the heck is going on? Stress. Let's check the schedule. Chef Matka. Good, let's put them on the emergency schedule. Chef Matka. There we go. I have no idea what is going on. Let's figure it out. They go to sleep. Good. Stressed, hungry. It's fine. Good, nobody's cooking anything. We got some pickled meal. Now the system of course is working, but we will have too much liquid. Should have done more of these farms, but I did not have the material. Can it go in here? This is all bad. We're in trouble. Alright, so overflow is going. Oh, we cannot have an overflow system here? Should have done this and a bridge. So that we can have an overflow system. Get rid of the cold, not a good idea. We might need the cold. Let's pour it in. We don't have a vent. We have to do a steel vent. Can we stand here and put the steel vent in? Maybe. So let's deconstruct this ladder. Here's an emergency. Build a steel vent. This is not the place for it actually. But it is currently the only place for it. Gonna do a bridge and do it around then later. Alright. Liquid vent, steel here. Good. Going to pour out all the cold now and hope it's doing a great job. We're gonna have water on top of it and it's not going to gas off. Alright, somebody's doing it. Current errand. And nobody's getting hurt either. Just interesting. Right, let's get it. Bunch of steam. But the plants are growing, right? So what we're gonna do with the overflow? First of all, let's build the bridge here. And the overflow liquid is going to bridge onto here. It's going back inside. This is a good plan. Liquid bridge, granite, rotate, put it in. And then we can cancel this. We have enough liquids. What am I doing? I'm doing the right thing. Good. Connect the overflow up. And it is going to bridge on... Deconstruct. Onto here with greens and greens. This is good. This is excellent. That's what I'm telling myself. Go here. This is gonna go out. And the bridge. Bridging onto here. Rotate. Oh. Right. Direction is very clear now. Tim. And here's what I thought would happen. Very good. And if this is too much, then the vent is going to be flooded and nothing else is going to happen. Good. Awaiting delivery. Current errand. Extra liquid out. And extra liquid out. Fantastic. This is going to bridge on. Pumping here. Let's stop the madness. Good. And all that liquid is going to pour out. As well as here. Overflow. What if the overflow was connected to here? Would that work? Probably only with a bridge. Which I'm alright with. Good. That's not complicated at all. Let's get it. So... if we cannot go out... if we cannot go out here, we're gonna be stuck. But we always can go out there. Is this a splitting off? I think we're splitting off now. This should be just overflow. Right, we're stuck now. If we have the right temperature, we go in. If we don't have anything, we go into the build. Alright. Makes sense. What's the temperature? Too cold? It's fine. Oops, we're dropping out here as well. Eh? Ah, that filter is not working if it's full. That is not good at all. Ah, damn it. Yeah, that filter wasn't working. There's nothing we can do. Alright, the important thing is that that here is going to cool down to sufficient temperatures. Alright. But yeah, the polar water here is a big blunder. Well, can't be helped. Alright. What are we doing over here? Insulating ourselves in still. Is alright. Room heights. Could we do another farm here? No, it's too small. Can do other rooms here. Another 3-tile height, another 4-tile height. But this is it. Yes. Good. Secrets of this. Going to have a theme going on. Here. There. Oh, this is not looking good. Let's do 3 and airflow. Good. Dig out the resources. Like so. Good. What else is going on? Do we have idle people? Do we have enough food? Should we do some farming? Why not? 1, 2, 3 airflow. Good. 1, 2, 3 airflow. 1, 2, 3 airflow. Right, what about this all? Deconstruct that, demolish here. How did the pip escape? Are we still bringing eggs? Hope not. Check the supply input. No, we're not bringing eggs. Something happened. How many pips? Let's wrangle it up. 3 pips is not allowed. Must be all confined. Good. What is going on here with the music? Let's listen to some Darkest Dungeon. Alright, grab the thing. Give me all the resources. This is going to be sweep only all. No bleach zone. No critter eggs. Filtration is good. Industrial ingredient. Sure, why not? Liquefiable? Nope. Manufactured? Sure. Metal ore? Sure. Miscellaneous. Episode, diamond, sulfur. Alright. Organic? No, we're gonna do something else with that. Algae, maybe, alright, and eggshells. Raw mineral, alright. Find metal. Seeds, no, we have a different thing for seeds. Alright, everything is gonna land here, so start cleaning up the base. Good. Tidying. Store materials, agent sussling. So we're going to do this before they dig. Store materials. It's not tidying, actually. Priorities? We're not going to have a dedicated store anymore. They're going to do it when they have nothing else to do. Liquid-wise, the zipper system seems to be broken. This pipe is empty. Fantastic. Finally. Good, we're coming here. And this needs to be done priority 9. On everything here. For the simple reason that the pollution is gassing off, causing troubles. We're protected, but duplicants don't need to breathe that. Good. High stress idle. Pioneer Fapplejacks. Alright. Let's pour some water here. This is kind of important. And when I say some water, how much water am I talking? Let's pour all this. The upper level first. 64% stress on Chef Matka. But they're sleeping all day now. Good. Food-wise, pickled meal we have. Do we have a supplement chef? Could be. Errands? Not permitted. No pending. It's all good. Now, how's the temperature? Still quite hot. And we do have polluted oxygen here gassing off. Despite being careful. Then I want this to be closed. Good. Automation wire. We have a little bit of gold. So why not? Connect this up. Pour in more liquid. If we have the right temperature, we're going out. We don't. So we have to keep this in for a while. That means if I close this off, the liquid is going to stay inside. It's closed off. The graphic is not shown. Collect this up again. Temperature is below overheat temperature for this. 90 degrees though. It is, wait a minute. Let's empty out the loop. Then we don't have a bottle of liquid. Good, empty out the loop. Deconstruct the liquid reservoir. And build in a steel reservoir. Good. How much is inside? Almost nothing. We can start the deconstruction. Good. We're empty. Erupts in 20 seconds. Oh man. This is gonna suck for the duplicant working here. 55% says, why is Chef Matka? Is it the skills? Huh. They're not having the good meal all the time? Probably that's why. Good, Fat Cat, hurry up. Good, it's relatively fast. They're doing. Yes, we're getting scalded. And we're going to do without a liquid reservoir for the moment. Somebody go heal. They should wear a cool vest. Matka. Unequip clothing. And Fapplejacks. Equip. Because I'm sure they're going to do the next building project. Yes, we're going to do without a liquid reservoir for the moment. Good, let's put in something to signify what is going on. Right. Waiting delivery. Blazenboy is bringing the stuff. And hopefully somebody else is building it then. Good, we have liquids again. For here, and that is important. Good. The low-tech taming of a 500 degrees steam vent. Oh, they're doing it right away. Run. Do you have a cool vest? Good. Connect this up. And pump the pump. Good. Cold liquid is going to come. We're going to close the vent. That will then do what exactly? Also, how's this even working? There's green here, it should go to there. Yeah, we're stuck because of this green. Oh, I do not like that. That means we have to build a bridge. It might stress us out. So what kind of bridge is good here? Just a normal granite bridge? Good. Can we stand here and build it? Or do we have to enter the hot room? Let's find out. Oh, we can stand there. Good. Perfect. Are we running? We are. Alright, so this pipe should fill up completely with -7 degrees liquid. And when the temperature is correct, then is going to feed the plants. Alright. Good, but this is going to erupt until it finally drowns. And then we have some sort of system here. The right temperature. Good, we have to wait it out. The temperatures. Yeah, and that is our temperature lock. 68.4 grams of brine. Is working well because there's only carbon dioxide on top of it and a little bit of polluted oxygen right next to it. Yeah, this is gonna hold 100 degrees just fine. But yeah, this is... I love this filter. But it failed. That sucketh much. What an accident. Right, but we need the reed fiber and the gold, and then we can start on atmosuits and activate the supply teleporter output. And then we're gonna get a lot of ores, and we can continue on working here on our main base. So let's see. Is everything alright here? Seems like we have liquid. Farms are getting built. Sweep up thingy is going well. Deconstructing these. Oh. Deconstruct building, priority 9. Right, so where we're gonna put the stuff? So my idea was in the back of the farm. Here goes a lamp. There goes an incubator. Here comes the critter drop-off. And then we have room for anything else. But we have to feed them the igneous rock. Good. We're gonna make only 2 farms. So priority 9 on the construction here. That means a split of rail for automation later. Otherwise we're gonna feed them probably manually. Yeah, let's just feed them manually. So critter feeder. Call it good. That's gonna suck. But it's fine. Critter feeder here. And there. Good. And then we could do the door trick. Possibly. What kind of door? Let's do... It doesn't matter. But it matters to me. Let's do a door here and a door there. Good. Deconstruct this. Oh man, this is in the way. And then we're gonna build all the flower pots after. Like so. Good, make sure this is dug out. And this is a project for the ages. Right. Demolish. Deconstruct. Gonna take a good while. Gonna do our 3 airflow theme. 3 airflow. 3 airflow. How's the size? Should be 96 here. And one more. Oh. This is already built in, but this is not needed. We're going to deconstruct it all. Oh man, the carpet tile though. Well, too bad. We have carpet, right? We do. It's just waiting to heat up properly. It's not going to cool down. So we're gonna open the thing. Oh, the polluted water is cold? Oops. Stop the pumpage. Temperature 80 degrees. We're not cooling down. Because sedimentary rock is not working. We need that gold. Alright, let's not pump. Let's empty out again. It's the only way to cool this down now. Just fill this up with a lot of liquid. Alright, so what's gonna happen is it's going to erupt again. Yeah, our only chance is to empty this out. And fill this up completely with this liquid. Which is fair. Let's do it. Good. And then we're gonna work on this later. Important thing is these plants are growing. Now we do have a little bit of thimble reed fiber, but not enough. When is my gold coming? Should be gold volcano. 20 cycles. Good. This is the same system as it is here, but here we have radiant pipes. Right. Just empty this out. Bridging on, so staying in for the moment is good. Tim, Tim. So what is my project for the ages doing? A lot. And here, nothing much. Another tile there. 1, 2, 3. These are gonna get deconstructed. What about the volcano? Oh man. So much to do. Good. Popping it will not work. Temperature is nominal. Liquid is nominal. If we need more liquid, we can just open this up. Could build a helper tile here to reduce spillage. Let's do that. Tile, granite. There, then I'm gonna dig in. Come time. Start above. Yeah. Good, then there is more liquid here. We might pump this instead. Or we could push it up. But pumping is easier, and we do have the ores here at least. Right, what about the temperature there? 15 degrees? I think this is stable. Good, what's going on? We're erupting again. 100 degrees. Let's pour out the liquid. This is empty now though. Let's fill up the loop a little bit. Good. Here we come. New liquid is coming here. Good. Loop is filled up. Switch the switch again. There we go. Alright. How much liquid do we have stored? Polluted water, 1.4 tons. Still erupting, nice. Good, here's my plants. Sometimes they're getting fed, I'm sure. Oh yeah. Should this even be here, that filter? Possibly not. There's only going to be polluted water coming in. Ever. That filter should be here. Over there if it's not polluted water. Yeah. Like that it's in the front. What about the pump here though? Yeah, and the pump here is the reason we have a filter. What's the point if the filter is so bad? It's intermittently dropping down because... yeah. I just saw what happened here. Good. If this is stuck and here's empty, empty counts as red. So we're opening up. It's just a few kilos. As soon as we have ores, we can mop it up, but right now, no dice. Good, we have to get a better filter going. Probably a powered filter. A proper powered filter. But for now, let's just leave it. Maybe we can do the filter here somewhere? No. Or we can drop this down. Maybe. How's the temperature looking? 50 degrees down here. That is good. Let's pour it all out. Right, a little bit slow again. Let's see what is happening. Oh, we're doing fast. Let's do fast here. Right. Good, we're gonna go down here because we can. And then dig a 4 tiles there. Right, from below. Or from above. Obsidian, huh? What are the properties? Not that great. Like a sedimentary pipe. Good. Skills? Agent Dr. Sussling. Critter ranching. You're the rancher? Pioneer's also rancher. We have 2 ranchers. It's good. But the morale need will be a problem. Is 0 stress now? Need another room. We need proper rooms. We do have barracks, sure. Do we have a gym? Sure. We don't have a great hall still. It must be where it's warm. Could just carve out a little bit of the map here for a Great Hall. Going to have 3 here. This is done. Nice. Good. And we can have our proper food finally. Alright, let's copy the settings. Good. 1, 2, 3 airflow. Alright. This all top on top can be deconstructed. Like so. And then we're gonna find out. This is for hatches. Hatch, hatchling, sage hatch. Good. Are we going to feed them igneous rock? Cannot. We have to feed them sandstone, and then they become the proper hatch. But yeah, where do I relocate the pips to? I like my pips. Don't know. Pickled me, and we still have enough. Let's deconstruct this. All. And then move it up. Yep. We're going to move this all up. And then have the pips here stay here. Right. So a lot of renovational work. And here we're going to be in trouble. So pips go here. We might do more farms over there. But the Great Hall here is kind of warm. Could work. Insulation in here is good. That water sieve is producing heat. Good. Here we're alright. Water will hold. Working over here. Warm spider we don't have. That is sad. Good. Let's fill up the pipe. Still erupting. Water is at 50 degrees. Should we go down and build that steel reservoir? Maybe. Cherry 2 PC. What does beyond max difficulty mean? I tell you what it means. It means you're gonna get a duplicant. Cook artist number 1 is going to be Cherry 2 PC. Good to see you back, Cherry 2 PC. Beyond max difficulty is a mod, and if you look at the power overlay, for example, you're going to notice that a power producing thing, like for example this wheel here, is producing only half. Oh my goodness. And what about the hydrogen generator? Oh my goodness, 400 watts is also only producing half. What about the coal generator? Let's get it going. 300 watts. Half. So all the generators produce half. And if we look at the duplicant, we're going to find out that they're breathing. And they're breathing hard. 200 G's oxygen per second instead of 100 oxygen per second, which is for them filthy casuals. And then we also have another difficulty setting that is, if we're going to dig out something, normally you get half the mass, right? But in this case, you're going to get only 30% of the mass. And then the most brutal setting, which is the same setting, mass tax, is if you're going to deconstruct a building, you're only going to get back 60% of the materials used to build up that thing in the first place. So we build an automatic dispenser here for 400 copper ore, and we're going to get back only 60 times 4, which is of course 240 kilograms. And that is rough, especially if you build liquid vents that make no sense. You're gonna burn yourself a lot. Now, I love to play on the highest difficulty settings, but the Beyond Max has another setting that is too brutal, And that takes away tech. So that's not what I'm doing. Jerry2PC says, wait, so if it's half, then does that mean that the electrolyzer and hydrogen setup would be a net loss of power? Oh dear. Is that the case? Also, hold on, who's starving? Just go eat something, man. What a crazy duplicant. Electrolyzer uses 120. The pump uses 240. And the other pump uses also 240, which is 680, so that's 800. Whoops. It's pretty, JGPC's also, holy heck. That's insane for difficulty. It is pretty rough. So if we're using, if you're pumping constantly, and pumping constantly liquid as well, then is a bit rough. You are correct. We're only producing 800 watts using 2 hydrogen generators, and that thing costs 120, that thing costs 240, and that is why I usually do something else here so it doesn't pump all the time, and that is an end gate and such. But the big time problem is we don't have any resources, and resources are behind this gate. So we're playing on the modded Inferno Planetoid this playthrough, and it's pretty hot. It's crazy hot. It's not as crazy hot here where we started out, and we're going to get atmosuits as soon as this guy here will erupt and bring us some gold. Stop the madness. Oh, this is erupting again. But yeah, it's kind of hot here. So the modded Inferno Planetoid looks like this. We have molten iron, 10 tons per tile, 1600 degrees hot. Jerry2PC says, it looks like steam turbines would be the main source of power in this map. Looks like it. But do you see plastic anywhere? We have to escape. Idle, idle, idle? What are you doing? Man, you trapped yourself, dude. Aww. Can we please? Draco pod gift, unless that's turned off. Yeah, I'm playing without care packages. Also, Draco will never be in the pod if you never found them in the first place. So, no, I think we're gonna be fine, right? I think this is completely possible. Let's dig this out. Deconstruct here. Good. That is a thing, definitely. So, what are we going to do? I need more liquid, but I don't have it. This is erupting. We're green now. We could get more liquid. What if I get a duplicate scalded a little bit? Just to build the reservoir, but will the reservoir do anything for us? Don't think so, really. Oh, what is the temperature? 60 degrees. Man, oh man. So my hopes is that this thing will overpressure itself soon. What is the pressure here? 4 key. Barely. We got some carbon dioxide. Is rough. How's the heat loss? Is nominal. Good. How much liquid is this? 700 key. Jerry2PCs asks, wait, so how would you manage heat? It looks like the base will succumb to heat death with time. Aw, come on. I don't think so. So, what we're blessed with is a cool salt slush geyser and a cool slush geyser. We did not have to pop this. That might even have been a mistake. I was popping this to heat up, actually. So the problem for me was cold, not heat. I sequestered myself off here so that the heat doesn't seep in, and we're getting cool salt slush out of here constantly, and that salt we are heating up as well, right? Because I need cold is what I need. I need heat for plants to grow, otherwise we're going to starve, and that is then the problem. I suppose we could have done more pips, but I would have... Yeah, I suppose I could still do it. Another pip farm here, but then I don't have my supplement auction from the oxyferns. No, my problem is not heat, but it is cold over here. And that's why I popped the Hawt 2, which is a steam vent 500 degrees. Let's run this a bit. Good, and fill this up. Fill this up. Fill this up even more. Going to fill up the piping first, so we can grow these plants. Good. Do we have an auto harvest? Probably is on. Right? Yeah. This is how it looks. We need this heat, but we need to manage it. Now, when this volcano erupts, everything here will heat up a little bit, and that is actually a good setup. While here we ran out of materials, so we intermittently build up the liquid pipe from sedimentary rock instead of a radiant material, which will then exchange heat with the contents, and then the system here would have worked, and the cold stuff gets heated up, so I can feed my plants without damaging the environment too much. Because if you feed the minus 10 degrees liquid, the hydroponic farms from aluminum ore will quickly take on that temperature, and the plants will stifle because everything around here will be too cold. Too hot, same problem. So we have a liquid pipe thermosensor, and that will then make sure that we have the right temperature for these plants. So the liquid is going to stay in the pipes until it's hot enough, and then get shipped out into the plants. And it's going to run pretty permanent. I think we're going to have more liquid from here than from this hot steam. So this is my solution. What we need to do is make sure that this chamber everywhere has the same temperature, and inside the pipes as well. So next time we get the gold, I'm probably not going to build an atmosphere dock. Or maybe I will. Just one dock and one checkpoint, just to kick things off, because I need this. Question is, I'm out of ore. How do I make the suit itself? Exosuit forge. We're going to have to use steel. And we started out with a little bit of steel from this base, but yeah, that steel is almost gone. And every time we deconstruct a bunker tile, we're going to get only 60% of the mass back because of the beyond difficulty setting. Could be that I'm gonna wreck myself. Building these pipes from gold? Don't know. Did you convert all iron into it? Yes, and that's still what we can do. There's a little bit of iron. We can make some steel. There's a little bit of coal for refined carbon, and we have lime enough. But again, this is limited. So no, I used all steel that was here in the base. We started out with a bunker base because the mod maker thought, well, if you got things like this, no abyssalite holding back the hot biome from below, and it's very hot, maybe we should give the players something to be able to survive this, and they gave us a bunker. So we deconstructed most of it for diamond and steel, but yeah, it's limited. I hope I can get a system going And I could start this out. Going to have gold, but I cannot make a forge from gold. So we're gonna have to use the steel for that. Right, so where we're gonna put the forge. And are we wounded? Yes, a little bit. Let's put it over here. Good. Power from gold. We're gonna use gold to connect it up. Stations, exosuit forge. That is just necessary. Is it 4 tiles wide? It might be. Let's put it in here, it's fine. That bed is not used. Deconstruct. Gonna build this all close together. Barely have any airflow here, but that's alright. Good. Good thing I did not go ahead and build my standard setup for taming this volcano. I would have run out of materials and then not be able to build the atmosuit setup. Yeah, it's a bit rough. Then I have to think about where to get out of the base. And I think down here is good. Inside of a carbon dioxide safe zone, so to speak. Going to put it here to come from there. This temporary using up of liquid needs to be completed as well, or not. Let's mop this up and do our walkthrough again. Right. Oh, this is great. Is somebody harvesting? Number 23. Wait, what? Why are we not trying to harvest this? Is it too much mopping up? Let's trust the duplicants. It's fine. Good. Also, we're going to cool this down and we're going to stop that madness. Alright. It's going to empty out. So we're going to close this vent again. After this is down here, 75 degrees. Just trying to drown this. I don't know if that will ever happen. Because this needs to even out. I just need buffer temperature and that's all I need. Don't need the resource out of here. Alright. Close the gates. We're recirculating, that's cute. Oh, that's actually good. Recirculating. And that will help with the temperature exchange. Will it though? I think yes. 76 degrees here. And there we got 100 degrees. But yeah, the discrepancies. It's good that we're recirculating. Can we facilitate this? What if we were to... what if we were to bridge on here? Will that work? We can try. Let's try it. And then we have a constant recirculation. That is better. Good. So we're going to cut this there. Bridging onto here if it's empty. Going to supplement. Direction is clear. Alright. Let's deconstruct some of the sticking out. Just to be able to read this properly. Good. Duplicants are doing it. We have 2 idle duplicants, but that's fine. Are we done with the liquids here? I think yes. Let's mop up. Good. This is great. Storage bin, igneous rock we don't need. 17% stress shift Matka. Schedule. Let's put them back on their normal schedule. Inferno 2. Good. I think they're stressed out because they find a place to idle that is not good. Where does the teleporter go? Teleporter goes to here. Upsy Downy, where we have a little bit of iron. 10 tons per tile, 1600 degrees hot. Now, if you roughly check this out, is about 100 tiles. No, is about 1300 tiles of that stuff, and have to figure out a way to harvest this. This is good iron. Right, how come we cannot go here? Let's get it. This we meant to push up. So let's do that. Need a tile here. Tile there, here, and there. Good airflow and sandstone. Pips might get trapped, but I don't care. It's gonna be alright. Need more food. Copy settings. This is the first farm. And this is going to be the second farm. Right, on Upside Downy we have enough water for 4 duplicants, hopefully. We have the same setup we have there. 800 constant watts for anything we want to do. Except for grilling, a person's going to come here, indicated by the arrow, and is going to run the manual generator. Jumbo battery is going to hold. It's going to do some heat as well, which is good. We got cold seeping in here. I want to pop this. I really do. But let's not for the moment. We're going to instead dig things here. Right? Surely you need more heat. Yes, Jerry 2PC. We need more heat. So how we're gonna cool this down if we really get into trouble? Right now we're living on borrowed time. We're gonna use up cold water. And when that is gone, we're screwed. So I am thinking, to keep this colony running, we could do a salt artificial geyser. But that is for the very, very distant future. Very, very remote. Because we do have a lot of water. And we are insulated in. Is all good. What the heck is this? Is this a boulder? Is it? Ooh, this is crazy. I love it. Look at this spike here. Something rammed something into the crust of this asteroid. Wow. It's the way out, says Cherry 2PC. Indeed, that could be the way out. Did somebody make this? Is it? Yeah, this is part. This is part of the biome, Inferno biome. And I wanted to play the other Inferno. But I got the Inferno from Exec, is the mod maker. And he's not finished. He needs to look over the mod once more. We got a missing strings here, and that should say Inferno. This biome is burning hot. Take care not to get wrecked. Or something. I should put it in the text here and a picture. How about that? This is crazy. We have an Inferno biome here, and we have an Inferno biome at home as well. There we go. Right. Building this all up. And then we're gonna go home and work on the exosuit thingy. Good, let's check that out. Also, copy settings. And grub food we're not going to eat. Do we have grub food? Spindly grub food, let's not. Instead, we're gonna eat the roast grub food nut. Alright. Good. And it is the way out. This is so cool. We can dig through here. It's only 65 degrees. Upsy downy. And how's the radiation here? 218. How's the radiation back home? 250. It's both not great. But alright. Salt water is getting poured out here. We want to mop this up, but we can't. Could we wreck it, in theory? I think we might be able to wreck it. Let's try. Tile here. PM. And then there. Is this reachable? Possibly not. Let's make it all reachable. Maybe we could just delete the polluted water. Could be nice. Alright. So we're empty now for some reason. Oh, because we were hot enough. Good stuff. Let's run this generator. That makes the pump go. Good. Excuse me. So we have a little bit of heat generation here. And that cold might seep over. I hope this cancels itself out. And lets the plants grow in this farm. Good. So let's see if this works actually. Liquid water is coming. It's going to fill this all up. It's going to be too cold. So we're not going to ship it out into the plants. So that means it will recirculate. Or it will be stuck. Hopefully not. Let's find out. That thing is erupting again. 84 degrees. We're going to have this eruption going on for 90 cycles. When is my gold coming? 16.8 cycles. How long do we have this benefit? A long while. This is going for 77 cycles. Yes, and it's 6.3 kilograms at minus 10 degrees per second. And it's erupting for 256 seconds. Well, an average of 1.4. Average here, 700 G only. Yep. This should win against this. I mean, it's minus 10 against 500. It will then, in theory, not win against it. But hold on. This is going to get submerged, and then it's not going to erupt anymore. And I can then pump out more stuff from here once the temperature is correct, and we're gonna have a farm going on here and a stable temperature everywhere. This just needs to run for a good while, and then we're gonna be fine, much like we did here. Should we submerge this more? Hold on, what am I doing here? This is actually a good idea. We're going to build another salt drop off there. Good. And then we're going to submerge this some more. That is a good idea. We can grab salt from here, from there, all the time. And Chef Matka is stressed out. What are they doing? Are they not eating the right thing? Are they not happy grilling? Tell you what, I'm going to put a carpet tile here. Just so that they're not so stressed out all the time. Good, and then at the base of the base, here, there should also be a carpet tile. So that they have something for food, that they skip this tile, you know. What is this? Maybe I should deconstruct this ladder. But then they're gonna do the same thing, right? If I deconstruct both ladders, they're gonna jump. They're jumping. They're not going straight. No, there's nothing I can do. Let's clean up the area a little bit, just for kicks. Right, we don't have any bedrooms, but that's fine. Guess we could build some. But maybe when this water is gone. Alright. Jerry2PC says, but it leads to nowhere. The outside is just abyssalite. The outside is space. And we can build a rocket. So I'm not mad. This is good. Just good stuff. Going to build a rocket platform and leave. First we need to build a roof. As soon as we're here... Oh, this is gonna be rough. And partially hot? No, this is the way out here. This is the way out. Yes. And we can run an open base as well, if need be. Easily. It's just a shaft, so it's fine. And if we lose a little bit of oxygen, it's also fine. Producing 888. And we're breathing up 4 times 200, which is less. It's 800. Good, but we're idle now. We should work on something. Let's get the ladder going. Going to dig this all out. It's going to drop down. Should we pop the volcano? Is it too soon? It's just a few grams to drop down. Good. I want all the polluted water in here. That is what I'm working on. Right. Get the ladder way up. But here. Or should we go here? He's a straight way up to that thing. Let's go here for a moment. And then dig through there here. Spilling all this water. And then we're gonna dig through here. Spilling that water. Don't care about the sleet wheat. The environment is relatively safe. It's leaking out here like no tomorrow. Should do something about it. Just gonna do this and call it good. Carbon dioxide, polluted oxygen is all fine. Heat exchange will not be too rough. Especially since these plants here are always making it cold. Jerry2PC says, are you able to transport items from between worlds? Only one direction, Jerry2PC. Only one direction. Yes, this is a rough playthrough. But we got a supply teleporter output here. And we get a supply teleporter input there. Now what we need is the other way around. And that's why the exosuit is going to be so important. And that's why we're going to use steel to build it. Here. And gold to connect it up. And then we're going to make our way out here. Good. And then we can connect this everything up. Make sure this engineer can do this. And then we're going to leave. A big time problem. We need a lock. And we need a good lock. So we do have... So the mod maker was kind enough to give us 300 grams of crude oil. We're going to use some of the crude oil for a vacuum lock here. And that's then our way out. This is all we can do. We're going to put the crude oil... 300 grams. Normally if you find the teleporter or the supply teleporter input or something, I don't know which one or both, there's going to be a layer of crude oil you can work with. But in this case, all they had was here an infinite gas storage, which I never used. I deconstructed. And a little bit of crude oil for the vents, not to overpressurize. And that is what I mopped up. And I used it here, foolishly. I used it here. So here's my oil, 200G. So we have one more 100G. And I hope I didn't use it as well. Somewhere important. Crude oil, 300G. Oh, we still have 300G. So 500G, sorry. We got 500G in the beginning as per default. Which is half a kilo. Is good. Is good for 5 liquid locks. Just very generous. So we're going to do another liquid lock here. And then we can have 2 additional liquid locks with just one and carbon dioxide. Hopefully not. Vacuum lock in here, between there. That's all we can do. Should we do this here, actually? The hot stuff is coming. We have a ton of igneous rock here, which I don't mind. If I do a liquid, then the stuff is going to exchange. So I could do a liquid lock right there. And here, a thingy that prevents duplicate from moving. Oh, we're deleting. Let's not delete auction anymore. It's not great pine. Good. Get the things out. Get all the things out. Deconstruct this there. How we can reach this? Going around here. Which is fair, I suppose. Why are we going through here? That sucketh. That really sucks. We're going through here all the time. Let's deconstruct this. Real quick. J2PC, wouldn't you need 2 liquid locks? One water and the next one with crude oil. Huh. Would I not need 2 liquid locks? Probably, you're probably right. Huh. Yeah. So that is correct. So I cannot have it here because this is where the hot stuff is coming. What do I do? It's going to be all carbon dioxide again, which I don't mind. Can dig through here, have hot stuff. Or we could do a giant pool. No, I don't like that. No, I'm going to do two crude oils for security reasons. The crude oil doesn't heat up the surroundings. Yeah, crude oil needs to be here, and then a vacuum lock, and then liquid. We're going to do 2 crude oils because I want all the hot stuff go here. And I think we're not going to go beyond 400 degrees. It's going to be fine. Right, let's start this out. 0.1 liquid crude oil, enable drop, enable spill, enable boil, priority 9. Here we're going to build our fantastic atmosphere checkpoint. It's just 100 steel. And should we do this? Just in case an accident happens? Sure, let's use the steel here. Good. Atmosphere checkpoint. And atmosphere dock. Can we reach these things? We're gonna make a way to reach this from above. Going to come from above and reach us all so we can grab the resources. So we don't switch into atmosphere all the time. That is not good. That is not good. What if we build it here? What if they go through and then get into their suit? No, I don't like that. I want it here, but I want the stuff to be reachable. Come here. But it will be reachable, right? They stand here and they grab it across. They don't have to get into a suit to grab these things. If I understand the game correctly. Because they stand here, they don't stand on that tile. Yeah. Let's pull the trigger. And in the end, we're gonna have resources and we can put the rails somewhere else. That makes sense. Good. Atmosphere checkpoint. Over here. Atmosphere dock. Over there. Could also put a door, but we don't have the resources. J2PC says, you could put a sideways mechanized airlock with a switch where the ladders used to be. And then... Also, I cannot do mechanized airlocks, I cannot do doors, I cannot do anything. I don't have the materials. Ores, we're completely out. There is no ore here. We would have to use steel for that. Good, this is good. We're going to deliver a suit. We're going to make this suit from steel. Cannot. Aluminum, cobalt, copper, iron. Oh man. What? Hold the fort. How much iron does this need? 300 key. This is 1,000, so this is 2 atmosuits. Right, let's be very careful here. Let's be extremely careful because this is high radiation. I cannot have the duplicants get irradiated. We're going to start our dig action here. Good, and when we're done, we're gonna move away and wait a bit. Alright. This is gonna be an iron suit. Gonna feel like the Iron Man. And then we can dig here. This is going to be then a vacuum. So it's alright. Deconstruct. Not going to have any heat exchange happening here. That I swear. Good. We're gonna move this over to here. And then here is the next drop. So that is what we're gonna do. Alright. Oh man, sorry. Good. So we're going here. That Cuddle Pip got hit. That Cuddle Pip. So mean. These guys here. These poker shells. So mean. Cuddle Pip is hatching. And the first thing they're gonna do is gonna hit them. This is so mean. I don't like these guys. It's really, really mean. I cannot suppress. I cannot heal. I don't like it. I would need a hospital for pips. But that might be a mod or not. I don't think there's a mod for that. But alright. Good. Are duplicants working or what is going on? And what's going on over here is the system working. And we're burning this for no reason. We're burning all of our coal. Damn it. Cannot burn the coal. We got a ton. And it's in here. Yes. Good. Jerry2PC says, just like the Chernobyl cleanup, going into the cleanup for 1 minute at a time due to radiation. Exactly. Exactly. So, are we done here? Or... yeah. Good. Oh man. This sucks so much. But we need to do it. There's no other way. Somebody has to come dig here, and somebody has to come dig there. And then somebody else has to grab the iron. So it's right away. Contents, refined metal, iron. But it doesn't show up. Damn it. How come this is not growing? Body temperature. Yeah, we're too cool. That is the problem here. Right, we're recirculating. This is 11 degrees now. Why? Why is this 11 degrees inside? 10 degrees. Body temperature stifled. What? Why did you let them through? 40 degrees. If you're above, you should be letting them through. And you're not. 6 degrees in here. The one refined iron ore only gives enough for one atmosuit. The one refined iron should be 600 kilograms and one atmosuit is 300 kilograms. So it should be 2. But I'm not too sure. It says here extrude forged iron needs 300 key and 60%. Oh, because 30%, you're right. It's just 1. Yep. That's 60% of mass. That's if I would have built something up. If I dig something out, 30%, you're right, is only going to be for 1 suit. But that's all I need. Just need 1 suit. But now is the problem here. I need to be able to manually empty this out. Can I? And can I delete this? Maybe. How do I empty this out real quick? First of all, I could open that. Tim. This is full. Could reverse the flow. What does this help me with? Nothing. Ah, because this is different temperatures? That thing is made from gold. Should be made from steel and be inside of there. That sucketh. Yup, we have the body temperature problem that we try to not have. Yes, it's too cold. I need to empty out the loop. Start things off. How do I do this? Is this emptying out? So when this is all empty, we're going to connect here. Yeah, and that not. Reverse this. And then this is going to empty out. Right. 90 degrees, so good. Overpressure. Things starting to work out. Good, let's take the iron. Okay, it's gonna be 1 atmosuit. This needs power, we need the gold. When is my gold coming? In 14 cycles. Right, it cannot hurt to prepare. Here's a hug happening. Good. Right, get over there. Let's watch the radiation. Sitting in 700 rats, significant hazard. Good, put that done. How much iron is this? 300 key. Just like J2PC said. So let's put this in here. Somebody needs to bring it. Refined metal iron. Good, then we're going to connect this up with power. could use iron now. And then we gotta be careful with what we're using power-wise. Alright. This is still going out. Empty now. Steel for conductive wires. Let's not do that. We have enough gold. We just have to wait. As long as we're sustainable, everything's fine. Colony is stable. Ignore the heat here. 40 degrees. This is now supplementing from here. 30 degrees. Becoming 40 degrees. Is alright. We don't mind. Good, what is this all? Why did I say tidy up here? That was a mistake. Alright. Is there anything else to tidy up? Vacuum, haha. Deconstruct. Good, build that thing. We're going to signify this. Take out the hot stuff. Are we though? Maybe this is enough. Good. Igneous rock, 40 degrees. Move to here. Going to have a little bit of hot granite there. Good. We're always going to need this. Let's signify this. Whatever. Dig over here. Somebody moving, hopefully. Let's get it. And then we're gonna do one granite insulated tile here and one granite insulated tile there. Just to signify what is going on. Dig this out. Cannot. Unreachable dig. Let's say disable here for a moment. Good. I would love a fast disable. Good. That's not happening. Right. 14 cycles, and over here. Should we fill up the loop again? Let's fill up the loop. Fatka says, auction not included. Well, then this is going to be a short conversation. That's true. And that is what bothers me every time I see a vampire movie. Because the vampires, they are just humans. Suck so bad. Fat Cat says, actually, I'm going to work. Have a great day. Alright. Talk to you later, Fat Cat. Good stuff. You have a great day as well. So with the vampire movies, it's horrible. See, the actors just breathe too much. I'm coming from the world of darkness, vampire world. And there, it's basically walking corpses. So they cannot breathe if they don't actively do it. J2PC, by any chance, did you get the Puffed Clyfest Atmosuit cosmetic when it was available? Yeah, I got it. And if you watch on the YouTube archives my previous playthrough, you're gonna see it. My previous playthrough was an no Atmosuit playthrough. No Atmosuits, highest difficulty settings, like always, and no care packages, like always. We started out on the Folia, and it's no Atmosuit playthrough, and there was a glitch that gave one of my duplicants the Atmosuit. And it's incidentally, it was the Clyfest Atmosuit, which was pretty cool. And there was another pretty cool glitch. I had a Saturn critter trap just work all the time, without any water, without any critters. It was just spewing out hydrogen all the time, just by itself, sitting in a hydroponic farm tile. So that was crazy. I liked that very much. And those were the two notable glitches there that made the gameplay even more satisfying. It's pretty cool. Yeah. And I have every duplicant equipped with that. So when we have a suit, we're gonna have that suit. So you might be seeing this happen in this playthrough as well. Right, can we go further? Maybe we will be able to delete this polluted water. Have a clean environment again. Good. Let's copy the settings here. Put more salt water in there. Not sweep only. And we could also, when this is done, put in a pitcher. But don't we have a pitcher? We do. Here's salt water. If we want, we can fill this to the brim. Could be a good idea. And could also be a good idea to do the same thing we did there. Because this looks nice. Rotate. From sedimentary. Alright. Here. Good. But hold on, the doorbell rang. Hold on, I will be back. Was the postman ringing twice? All right. Going to build a little bit here. And the duplicates are doing it immediately. Just gonna copy the things here. Build. Good. And at the edge as well. Right. And then temperature plate there. Put it in here, and in between. Good. And hopefully that will also help. But this already worked nicely. Bunch of liquid inside is good for the volcano. I wonder if we should pour some more. Why not? Enable our bottle. Good. Here we're going to continue on with the deletion project of the polluted liquid. Then, how much liquid do we have? 1700. Should run this once more. Fill up the pipe. And put in hot stuff. But maybe not let it through. This is going outside. This should work. A liquid something. Let's keep it in. Alright, let's try. We're above 22 degrees. This is 21 degrees now. Let's be more generous. Say 28, 27. Good. Scalding. Why did we go inside there? For what? No idea. Timber reach 37. So 27. And run this. Good. Somebody should bring coal to the generator. Good. What about over here? Wait, isn't having the sensor being away from the shut-off bed? It is very bad, J2PC. That is my mistake. What I should have done is put the sensor here and then the shut-off next to it on all made from steel. The liquid shut-off will overheat. Maybe that's why I got cold water in the pipes. Yes, exactly. That's what I'm thinking. Can we renovate? This is 100 degrees. I don't want to renovate. I really don't. But we have a new system now. This is flowing through constantly. So it should be alright, hopefully. Good. Because I'm doing this. Maybe a helper ladder here. So we have an easier time reaching things. And here as well. Good. You could just make a second one. One here, you mean? Yeah, but again, I don't have the materials. I could use some steel, but wait a minute. Maybe I could extend the chamber around and then move the gold thingy up. That will save me some materials. Good. Then I put a liquid pipe or something, but this is gold. And this went through? Why? Oh, because of 40 degrees. Nice. Nice. And this thing can be reversed. And oh, we're going in cold. Let's not. Now we have a cold blob in. Damn it. 19 degrees. So if I close this in and then this will cause scalding. I have to renovate once and this is cold. And loop the cold stuff back into the system. Just make a second one and loop the cold stuff back into the system. Yeah, oh yeah. That would also work. But I want to get away with just one, so we don't use too much materials. And currently don't know. No. This is gonna go in one direction, just like here. And we need only one of them. The only mistake is that it's outside of a build. Good. And gold overheat. 125. Think this is safe, especially once we have the pipes. Good. How long until it erupts? 13 cycles. What is going on the upsy downy? J2PC says, maybe you could add automation to separate the water going in, but you would have to manually turn it on and off again. Separate the water going in. Hold on. Don't know what you mean. But we're heating up. We're heating up and we're having a bigger buffer. Let's say 32 degrees even. There we go. So we're slowly heating up. Now we're circulating, which is good. And we're ready to go here as well. Let's stop the madness, man. Wasting all this coal. Like having the water be one space apart. Oh, hold on. If I do... Oh, I think you're onto something there, Jerry. What you can do is space the water. Automation to separate the water going in. No. You mean a bubble in between. There's no need for automation. This is all you need. And it's called bunching up. Bunching up. And we're going to do it where exactly? Going to bunch it up here. Because the thing is, if you have less, then this is good. Making it one space apart will fix the temperature automation issue. I know. This is a great idea. This is genius. You have less liquid in there as well, which actually I don't like. But this is now the solution to the problem. Good. Let's see how that goes. Here we go. We're separated one, and the issue is fixed. Of course, we would have to empty out first, and it doesn't work because I have to do this somewhere else. I would have to bunch it up after here. Here, probably. Let's try. Because the infrastructure is in already. Good, and now we're just stuck. Just stuck because... overflow and such. Oh, now we're just stuck. Oops. I mean, we're going up in temperature. I think the liquid pump goes now in two directions. Oh, could be, yes. Yeah, the liquid pump goes in two directions. Alright. So is there another place where we can bunch it up? No. We're gonna leave it as is. It's fine. Everything is heating up. And we have a buffer of 7 degrees or so. I don't know. I cannot do math. 22 to 10 degrees buffer. Come on. This is working fine now. And going to just wait for the stuff to heat up. It's already at 30 degrees here. Relatively stable. Yeah. Why not next to the liquid vent? Next to the liquid vent. Here? Right before going into the automation? Liquid vent. You mean here? Before going into the automation. because then I would have to enter the build, and that hurts. I don't like pain. To the left of it. Oh man, wait, what? Here? But it must be in a loop. Let's continue on with over here. Alright, we have idle lubricants. And the temperature is at 26 degrees, 25 degrees, 26 degrees, 27 degrees, 30 degrees here. To the left of it, you had it right the first time. Here? But the pain issue would be a problem. Yeah, they're gonna get scalded real bad. And if you ask Steve-O, burning injuries are very painful. Don't ask Steve-O. I don't think he's that great a comedian. Good. Let's put in that. So mean, this guy graduated from a clown school. He must know how to be funny, right? And let's not bash people. It's not nice. Alright. Oh, also, he's bashing himself quite sufficiently. Can we get airflow here somehow? Without using materials. We can. Let's put in a little way down here. Oh, hold on. That is again not a good idea. We want the pips to hug the people here. So this must be closed off. I would need airflow tiles. Damn it. Good. How much water is in? I want to fill this all up. It's gonna be very nice. Gonna get some good gold out of here. And the plants are growing. Why is the cuddle pip half dead? Yeah, that's what I was talking earlier about. The cuddle pips, they hatch here, and the first thing they see in their life is a mad pokeshell hitting them with their claws. So mean, really. You didn't perhaps attack it? No. Why would I attack it? Oh, Cherry 2PC. I'm not that mean. I have people dying all the time, and I might put them in the dungeon and have them work extra shifts, and all the people working for me look like little boys and girls, but I'm not mean. Alright? I will not attack a cuddle pip. Somebody is fleeing. Somebody is fleeing. Because we're putting stuff in here? Because you were idling here? Could be. Alright, we're all idle now. Cool Sword Slush is producing. Survival of the fittest evolution at work there. Could be. Could be. So far, we're good. They only have health. It's fine. I think they should give them a hug. And then they're gonna de-stress. No, that's not gonna happen. The pokeshells are just mean people. That's all it is. Can we build something? And not waste our charm. Maybe not here. 4 tiles up high. This there. Here. And then there. So we're stage shot over here. Let's do 3. And 2. No, nothing is working here. Let's mob up the rest there. That's a cute mushroom mood lamp by the mess tables. Funny, sad mushroom. Mess tables. You mean in the Great Hall? Whoop. Yeah. They're crying because the cuddle pips are wounded. It's pretty cool. I love that mod. That mod is so cool. Mood lamp. It's called a decor pack. Decor pack. You can do a plus. And you can rotate it, which does nothing. But you can do a bubble here and configure the color as you want. It's so cool. So where's my mushroom? You can do disco ball. You can do the shovel. Where's the sad mushroom? Here. Good. Yeah, I have almost all the mods Aki has made art for. Yeah, Aki is pretty cool. So it says the mod is his. Is he just making the art, or is he making the whole mod? It's pretty cool. I think this could be a team making this. Probably Aki for the art, somebody else for something else. It's crazy that this electrolyzer almost broke. If we desuppress here, we're gonna see that it's broken. But it's fine. It's still working. Rip to Brothgar hasn't uploaded in years. Really? Aww. He was the reason I got into Auction Included. Really? Really? That is the reason you got into Auction Included! I don't get it, man. How can you watch this guy? How can you listen to them? It's horrible. It's terrible. This is the worst content creator on YouTube. He's very smart and all, but and he plays my favorite game. But man, I just can't. That is crazy. Can he talk normal? Like a normal person? I don't think he can. But yeah, the game is fantastic. The game is good. Can we go here? So every time I see the bee here in the mood lamp, I immediately random. Yeah, I know. He has lamp design. I immediately random it away because I cannot stand his voice. It's really, really horrible. If he would talk normally, it would be great. But he does not. Maybe it's his thing, and maybe it's why people listen to them. I don't know. Let's get another letter here, maybe. Let's get all the letters there. So it's sitting in the pollution. Yeah. Good, getting us there. And I wish I could listen to them. They're so insightful. I want to know all the tricks and all the builds and all the designs. I just cannot. The other day, I was watching a Luma place, and they have a design as well, pretty cool looking. And I had to mute them as well. And they have the same problem I have, a horrible accent. But man, I'm trying. And that's also one of the reasons I want to go to the States practically, just to get rid of the accent. Maybe not completely but some things that are sounding bad, I want to get rid of. I will obviously never be able to completely get rid of it. You have to go to the States at an early age, before 7 or so. Damn, you must not like accents. I hate accents. I really do. Nah, it depends on the accent. It really does. But if it sounds like an avalanche, how can you listen to that? It must sound a bit fluid. Doesn't need to be fluent English, but it must sound fluid, right? Could be great. Cause the other stuff is just not working for me. But it probably works well for people who listen to me, because I have that problem sometimes. It's brutal. It really is. Stumbling over my words, and then sounding like something stuck in my mouth and throat. It's brutal. I'm gonna get rid of it, promise. Give it a few more years, and I'm gonna have the fluent, and that's what I'm going for. Look at these plants growing. Harvest ready. How come nobody's doing it? Also, this is almost full. And 12 cycles we have to wait for the gold. I want to speed up. Because, oh, we only have macro. Nobody is doing something. Come on. I forgot about this. Copy settings. This doesn't work. Deconstruct. Build up more. So either we're going to bring over some muckroot. No. Either we're going to allow the muckroot or we're going to bring over more pickled meal. Let's bring over some pickled meal. Good. Allow menu to use cooking ingredient, edible, pickled meal. I wish I could do something better for them. Meat, meal lice. Where the heck is it? Pickled meal 90. Gristleberry we also have, and barbecue. Gristleberry. Could bring some over for some kicks. But here's the pickled meal. Errands? Current errand. Good, let's see how long until they die. Can you give me the duplicate? No. Let's kick the vitals. 845. They're gonna be fine. And they're also harvesting, which is good. We're going to have 2 full farms. We're going to deconstruct the carpeted tiles for their resources. This all. And we're going to dig through here. And then we can have the marble tiles below, as well as the airflow every 4th. Good. That door can go as well. Oh, we're gonna have Sweetles in the ranch. Deconstruct. But we're not going to ranch them. They cannot reach. And this is also not fully done. Pipstar is trapped in here. Good. They're gonna stay trapped there. This is looking alright. Deconstruct more of this. Good. I love this game. This is just so satisfying. Building all the stuff, watching duplicates do it, and having good priority system. And whoa. No, stop the madness. Now we're starving here. Damn it. Why are you caging the pips? What crimes did they commit to be jailed? That is a good question. I just want to run. Just don't want them to run all over the place. This is terrible. The crime that they commit is they plant where they're not supposed to plant. Good. We have gristleberry. We're going to eat it. And we're going to starve here now. Or maybe not. Hopefully not. Plants are stifled again. And that is because we're idle here. Dormant. Or what is the reason? Oh, no. We're too cold. Oh, we could let some out. Let's say above 15. Or is this a cold problem or a hot problem? This is a hot problem. Yeah, let's let some out. Good. We're going to let some water out. 32 degrees here. Hold on, what? 32 degrees? If we're above 32 degrees? That sucketh. We need to be between 10 and 30. Otherwise known as 20. So let's do 15. Get some of it out. Cool down the base. And then we're gonna go back to 20. Like so. Good, and that is some supplement cooling for the moment. It needs to run further. Let's do if we're above 16. Good. It should be cooler. Right, we're bringing this. And we don't have any food. Somebody needs to harvest. Errands. Number 1. Please do it now. Good. We have enough food. It's getting built up. Man, oh man, we gotta be careful. Right, how do we go through here now? Stutter. Maybe a ladder. Good, and then we can reach this. How much do they eat and breathe again? Good, the numbers are as follows. We have 5 duplicates here, they're breathing 1 kilogram. And we're doing 888 grams, so it's almost 1 kilogram. And yet we have more oxygen. We're constantly producing oxygen here using oxyferns, which is good. So we're completely fine here oxygen-wise. And how much do they eat? Eating? I do not know. I just build plants until I have enough. I have no idea. I have no clue. Oh, wait a minute. 2,000 kilocalories. I know, incidentally. And that is then 10,000 kilocalories because we have 5 duplicants. So we need to produce 10,000 kilocalories. But the math there, I don't know. We're intermittently producing some meat. Here with the pip eggs. We're intermittently producing some meal eyes. And we're intermittently producing some bristle blossom. So there you go. So just twice from normal. Just twice from normal. Yes. Just twice from the base game difficulty settings on highest. On maximum. But there are different difficulty settings that are in addition on the Beyond Max. So the Beyond Max doesn't do more nasty things. Like for example, stress we have a constant minus 20% from the max difficulty setting, and Beyond Max does not go further. You cannot crank it up even more, so you have minus 40 or something. I think the Beyond Max is pretty reasonable, and it is also configured so that people are not cranking up everything. So I did not restrict my tech levels. It's not the tech level per se, but if you increase the difficulty setting on the technology, you're gonna have some buildings disabled. For example, the electrolyzer. And I don't know how to survive without an electrolyzer. On the highest difficulty settings, I have no idea how to survive. Because we died 3 times here, and the solution was getting power and oxygen solved. First thing. So I was rushing the electrolyzer, and then I had a constant 800 watts of power for everything. And also the oxygen to let the duplicants breathe. So yeah. That is that. So technology. And then the next thing that is taken away by the technology difficulty setting of the mod is the steam turbine. Like you don't need a steam turbine ever. Yeah, I find those settings a bit harsh. So the problem that I have with the mod is I cannot say I'm playing on the highest difficulty possible, because the mod makes it possible to go unreasonable and disable buildings completely. That is a problem that I have with the mod. So I don't really have a problem with the mod. It's really good. I love it. Jerry2PC says, you need 40 wild mealwood per dupe. 40 wild per dupe to feed 1 each day. 40 per dupe? I don't believe this. I don't have 40 per dupe. I have 40 maybe. This is 14 times 3 is 42. So this will be 1 duplicant only. That can't be right. 600 meal eyes per drop? Yeah, I know. That can't be right. Maybe it's domesticated because it sits in a flower pot. Maybe that's why. This surely looks like they're growing. I can see them grow. 600 divided by 12 equals 50. 2000 divided by 50 equals 40. I'm really bad with numbers. 600 divided by 12. So why would you divide it by 12, the 600? I have no idea. It's maybe the wild growth. 12 cycles it says here. It says 12 cycles. 12 is the growth cycle of a mealwood. So why do you divide it then? And this is where I'm, this is probably very logical to divide it by 12. But should you not multiply it? I don't know. 600 divided is 50. Oh, you mean you get 50 calories per cycle, is what you're saying. 50 calories per cycle, and then you're dividing by those calories for what you need. You need 2,000, so 40 of them. Oh, this is good math, JPC. Oh man, you're really good at this. You're really good at this. I would never have found this out. So then tell me, how am I living? How is this enough? Because this is not 200 plants. You have 5 duplicants times 40 is 200. And I don't have 200 plants. How am I living? How am I surviving? Maybe they be starving. Maybe I'm on a starvation diet. I think the supplement food is just enough for the duplicants to be fine. How many eggs do we have? 11 eggs. We have Pip. Is good. So an additional Pip farm is a good idea. And the problem is I don't have room for oxyferns then. What though would happen if I would build trees here, right? And oxyferns on the other side all the way. That could be a good idea. Or is it, I don't know, maybe this, or the mod is bugging. Oh, you're also drowning the baby pips. Yeah, that sounds mean. I'm not drowning anybody. The pips land here in the water, and they can leave. Here's the door. Why don't they just go through the door? I mean, what's the problem? And then the autosweeper is grabbing the meat, and we have meat. Pickled meal we have. Is pickled meal maybe better than meal ice? No, it's not. But it's one big gulp, which is also helping out. Right, where's my gold? I cannot wait. Oops, we're done here. Let's stop the madness. This is then disable the auto bottle. The rest can go in. I'm alright with that. Same thing, just the time when it spoils is... Alright. Thimberite. Let's find out how much we have. Thimberite seed. But how much fiber? 31 units. I think I was wasting my time. I should have built up a natural farm here using pips and growing reed fiber. Can we do this still? Oof. I think we could. It's 8 times the spoil time from 4 seconds to 32. Yeah, it's the ideal space food. Pickled meal. It's the ideal space food. Duplicates will be very happy eating this in space. Because it beats starving. Can we dig this out? Possibly. Good. So, ooh, this is promising. Here. And 4 times below. 1, 2, 3, 4. What if we were to do a huge reed fiber farm here? Natural. Could be good. Idle. It never spoils on good rating. Wouldn't the ideal space food be the berry cake thing? Yes, of course. I was kidding. Space cake is the best, otherwise known as berry sludge. Is really good. I think I'm gonna make this a room and get some pips in and plant some. Right, let's start this out. Deconstruct here. Unfortunately, we have a tile there, but that only means we know where we're planting. Good, and that is every other. Good, and we're gonna start out here. With timber reeds, quite good. Only 8 cycles to grow. Yeah. Let's try this. Deconstruct. Ah, this sand has a buried object. I will hate this about this farm. But that's how it's gonna look. Deconstruct. Oh. Do I need to deconstruct this? No. I need to dig this. Right. We're gonna enter the build. Somewhere maybe here. Dig out this stuff. Oh, we could also just trap them here. There's no need for a room. Ha 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 ha. Let's take this all out. Have you ever thought about using a pip planter overlay mod? It lets you see where the pips can plant on the map. I have done so much pip planting. I have done so much pip planting. Is crazy pants. Usually I know what I'm doing. So that's a good mod I can recommend. But if I don't need a mod, I don't install it. With the one exception, that is the building range tiles, because it's so pretty and it is really useful. Click on the deodorizer and then you see, I know this, but it helps if you visualize this with the colors here. It's so satisfying to know, aha, I'm safe here. This is really cool. Building ranges, same with the auto sweeper. So I guess I need it because I need to know where I can sweep here. I think yes. We're not growing. Should we pump more liquid? Let's pump more liquid. The range design got changed. It used to be like clear boxes. Yeah. It used to be like that when I did my beta playthrough. We're erupting again. 100 degrees. Man. Instead of the new blue outline. We need irrigation, yes. This is the food. Everybody here is mad. Building this up now. Going to bring the pip here. Maybe here somewhere. And the pip cannot flee, but it can go below. That's fair. So, how will the room height be here? Let's do a 3 tile here and a 4 tile there. Good. Make sure to dig this all out. Yes, we're busy now. Let's get it. Good. And the pips will be trapped on this platform. They can go below, but that's fine. Actually, we could try and plant some pinch of pepper nuts below. Nah, that will not work, right? Because the pip planter will check, and above is too much. Yeah, unfortunately, that will not work. Is all right. Good. Liquid is coming through. And when this is full, we're going to stop the pump. Because we don't want to burn the coal too much. Stop the pump. Go over here. Where we have food, finally. Roast grub food nut. Yes! We have that. Nice. Good. What else can we do for these duplicants? Be nice for them to maybe have bedrooms, but they do have a barracks there. No, would be nice for them to have recreation maybe. But let's continue on with this all first. We could also do a helper tile, deconstruct the door, put something proper in here for streamlining. But for now, we're just gonna walk here, continue on with the rest. Make sure to deconstruct these buildings all. They're completely in the way. And diamond we get. We have enough diamond. From the other colony. which doesn't have any damage at all now. That was a huge mistake. But yeah. So can we make... Oh no, we still have to wait for the gold. 10 cycles. Oh man. It's fine, we have a project here. We're going to bring the eggs. Should we bring them already? No, we're gonna finish the digging. Good. Then over here. This all is pouring out. I like. Will this melt? If it melts, we don't have to do anything. And how high? And how is this not pouring out? Let's take out the granite. Then mop it up and pour it manually. We could do bottle emptier right here. This could be enough. We can grab the things from the ladder. Could be enough. Yeah, let's do that. Good, mop this up. And then we're gonna build the bottle emptier here. This polluted ice. I wish I could have a one-way shipment of polluted ice. Tell you what, I'm just gonna use a bin. Oh, what the heck is this? Oh man, oh man. We need a helper tile here. And then another igneous rock insulation there. Alright. And then we're also going to do a storage bin from obsidian here. And that is then for ice. Good, and polluted ice, of course. That makes sense. Maybe we need more than one. No, what about the auto sweeper? Ugh, we cannot build. Can we make these barracks pretty? Because that's my concern now. This place is unreachable. Maybe from the other side come time. Alright. Mop this up. Good. Somebody dig this. Order for the duplicant not to be trapped. They love it. They love it? They love it! Man, the duplicant conversations are the best. Just emojis there. And thumbs up or thumbs down. Beautiful. And question marks. Genius. I wish all conversation was as good. But alright, plumbing. Bottle emptier. From obsidian, put it there. Is good. And yeah. I'm gonna tame this volcano by submerging it. Gonna submerge it 4 times and hope it's enough. We should do the same sedimentary setup. Drywall. Sedimentary rock. You still can go down, so that's good. You need 7 spindly grapefruit plants to feed 1 duplicant. That's Jerry 2PC. If you roast it. That is good information. So instead of derping around here, we should make sure not to get wrecked instead. Is a good call. Fresh white. Good, priority 7. Over here should not be the blue one? Yes. Good. So 7. Can we copy the settings here? Right. But let's not forget I have supplement food here as well. I have critters and they die intermittently. So how much is this all? Don't know. And if all else fails, I'm gonna send some food over. I just have to babysit them doing it probably next time. Right. We need a helper towel to trap the duplicate. Trap the pips. Oh. It's also going to trap the dupe. It's fine. Let's just do a helper tile here. Then we can deconstruct these. Oh, just the door. It's good enough. Hungry, yucky, building marble tile. Alright. Build another tile here. There. Just gonna extend this upwards. I need more farms. And we're going to put plants in the farms first. 10 key of liquid water. I think I'm just gonna wreck it. That is faster. Yes, 10 key. Oh, this is a ton of water though. Can I reasonably wreck this? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Oh, and it's also in the place where the tile should go. Tell you what, we're gonna leave it in. I don't care. Good, we're gonna do a spill. We don't have stress, so we can do a controlled spill. But I would have to... Oh, that's gonna be a sucky spill. Yeah, we're gonna leave the water in the mesh tiles. Gonna collect a lot of water in mesh tiles now. I don't want this. I could do the spill the other way. We have so much water. Is it worth it? We have so much aluminum. So, deconstruct. Or do helper tile on top. Good. And that is then a controlled spill. I have to deconstruct these marble tiles as well. Good. What about this though? Oh, we're just gonna push it out. Right, let's stick through here. I'm going to prepare. Oops. Like so. It's just 10 key. Alright. Good. 7 per tile you say, Jerry. 7 per duplicate you say. Oh, we don't have Good. A seed is a grubfoot seed. We're out. We don't have any grubfoot seed. No problem. Let's dig this. Priority 9. Good. I mean, we're going to switch to the grub robbers anyhow. We're not going to domesticate them. We're going to use these pips to plant a 3-3 farm on the other side. But for now, we're just going to be on the grub fruit. Isn't that what we should have done before? Don't know. I was thinking, oh, no seed. Shame on you. Good, and where are you going? Good, here's the seeds. 7 per duplicate, let's check this out. 10. And, oh, this cannot work. Deconstruct. 7 per duplicate. Let's prioritize the spill so we can extend the farm. Or we could go here. Stick this all out. Gonna go back with the airflow. Right. This can be left in actually. Sand, I don't like. Let's get it out. Then we're gonna build more of these. Good. 86 pickled meal. Yeah, we still have enough pickled meal. Good. You did the math wrong, JGPC? Good thing I'm just intuitively making the food. Because you're always gonna have supplement food. Right, these are growing. And the temperature is correct. 45 degrees is not really correct. But it's fine. Good, we configure this to 32. How much is in here? 2.7 tons. This is still going. For producing water here, this is going to drown itself. Alright. What about there? It's looking good. We look at the liquid overlay. Going to find something is going on here. Carbon dioxide is trapped there. I do not like. Deconstruct. It's gonna push it out. Because there's so much liquid. Good, temperature is fine. Just waiting on gold. 9 cycles. Can't believe this was one whole cycle. 27 per duplicant. Wild stats. 27 grub fruit plants per duplicant. That means we're gonna starve here. Don't tell me these things. Maybe down here then. Let's keep the theme going. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3 airflow. Should we go in here? 2, 3. Maybe. Maybe not. Good, let's get some plants. Planting them here is 11 degrees. They like 15 degrees. Yeah, we have to plant them here. Up there. Good. Is the habitat being built? Let's get it. You're gonna be like a farmer in real life and get a massive monocrop farm to sustain the population. No, not monocrop. I'm going to have Spindly making roasted grubfoot nuts, the M&Ms. And I'm going to have rubbed ones to get the fruit. And I'm going to have the fruit also go into preserves. For when I have the other thing that is needed there. And what is that? Is it just sucrose? Yeah. So how come these guys are not dropping sucrose? Are they not eating sulfur? Going to have a little bit of sucrose from the Sweetles. Because the sulfur I'm just going to put into them. And that sulfur guys here is safe to say is out of reach. We have iron, 10 tons per child, 1600 degrees hot. And there's also some magma there. And this liquid sulfur guys here is definitely not doing anything here. And that will be for a long time. Will not be able to get sulfur endlessly. 10 tons per child is pretty rough. So yeah, when we go through here, through the way out, which you called it the way out. Gotta be very careful. If there's less than 3 tiles, gonna be in trouble. You need 3 tiles, so the pressure is not damaging anything. So my plan was dig out all the abyssalite that is not piping hot. But that's not a good call, because then I'm only gonna have 2 abyssalite pieces here, and it's gonna break, and I'm gonna be dead. And this is going to be the very end of it. Probably. Going to have just enough materials to get this one atmosuit going and activate the supply teleporter, and that is then it. Can abyssalite leak break? Yeah. Yes. If it's less than 3 tiles, it's gonna take pressure damage just like anything else. If I'm mistaken, somebody needs to correct me. But abyssalite is not used for holding infinite liquids. I never seen it used like that. It's probably gonna break. I'm not 100% sure, but I would bet a lot on that. Good, take this out, and we can be making some ladders. Good. And 4 tiles up high. Thingy. Good, let's replace this here. We do have the helper tile going. That means we can deconstruct the door and streamline this area. Deconstruct. Good. Can we though? Not sure this is reachable. Copy settings. I don't think this is reachable. I think I messed up. Can I reach this? Here's a door. Should be. They climb on the door. And they're gonna do it. Where's the duplicate? I want to see the navigation. Show navigation? Yep. Easy peasy. Why didn't you uncover the Geysir event in the cold biome to the right? Here? Because I cannot do everything at once. I have to prioritize. I only have 4 duplicates to work with. It's a bit rough. Let's take down the music a notch. Good. Bathroom is broken. A red alert. This is gonna stress them out. Build this, please. That is good. Streamline the roof. And how do we get up there? How do we prevent these from leaving? I meant to do a door. Let's do another door here. Gotta really fit them in here. They don't want to. They don't want to. Let's ignore this for the moment. We have other things to do. Can build this. Good. This is not getting done. Oh, this is a helper tile. What am I doing? Right. Porridge. And we're going to the bathroom getting something wet. Not a good call. So for the time being, just mesh tiles. Hypothermia, oh dear. Sad. Reed fiber is 0. Diamond we have, and algae we still have. Alright then. Good. Does the journal tell you what made the calories produced? Because it tells you for power. The journal. Colony summary. Sorry. To pay the bill, can we skip this? We cannot. Good. Calories produced. Calories generation. Kilojoules power. Average power produced. Duplicates, buildings. Time lapse, let's not click. Cycles. Not the summary, the journal. The journal. I have no idea. Journal? What journal? Journal. Database entry. Whoop. Building station, grooming station. Oof. Journals. Ants. Technician. Atacephalodus. What sort of experiment are you doing with these? Director. No experiment. Just find them interesting, don't you? Tick. Not really. Director. You ought to. Very efficient. They perfected farming millions of years ago, before humans. Sound of tapping on glass. Director continues. An entire colony led by and in service to its queen. Each organism knows its role. Oh, hold on. J2PC says the up arrow graph icon. The up arrow graph icon. Oof. The up arrow graph icon. Return to game. Achievement. I don't know. J2PC. Teach me, because I want to know. On the left. The up arrow graph icon on the left. Highest stress. Calories available. Pickled meal, makrut. Oof. I don't know. On the left. Gotta be more precise. How about we pour out the polluted here? All the polluted water. It's too cold for germs. This is a good plan. -16. Left of the book icon on the right. Left of the book icon on the right. Book icon on the right. Oh, Ooh. I never used this before. Wow. Calorie generation. Right. Domesticate wild critters, work time, travel time. Disease, errands, domesticated critters. Pip color, pip. Oh, this goes for both colonies. Calorie generation. Harvested meal ice. Harvested meal ice, 15,600. But this is for both colonies, so it does not help me. Does not help me, unfortunately. I would love to have stats for each colony instead, but I don't. Good, this super goes to the toilet. Good. Also, do we have water? We do. And we will have more as soon as this is getting done. And we will continue on here. The same thing, except sure not to do this 100. It is 100 here. That means one more. One more, and then the door. Good, let's do a different door. Maybe the green one. Good. Then we're going to deconstruct this stuff. Since they both eat different things, right? If you do the math, since they don't eat different things. Oh, I have to do the math again. Damn it. Jerry2PC is my math teacher. Cook artist Jerry2PC. Where do they live and what do they eat? Harvested meal ice. They ate gristleberry and pickled meal. Well, they don't eat different things because I supplemented the food here with pickled meal so they don't die. That is just what was needed to do. Right, but we need good harvesters to get more seeds here. Maybe I can do a helper tile over here without trapping a thingy. Let's see. Good, this is getting... Oh, this door looks great. I love this door. Are we done with here? We are. Good. It's time for spillage. Spill it out and spill it over. It's going to end up down here and not produce too much mess. Good. Get this going. We can do one more. Here, and then we can continue over there. Right. 1, 2, 3. Good. And since it's nice and warm here, going to have enough food for everybody. Don't need extra pickled meal from the first colony. Right. But as soon as we have materials, like for example ores and more gold and maybe even steel, we're going to get another pip farm going probably. Because I like this. This is a good thing. I'm going to put it here. And they're going to have less trees. But I'm not sure if I need that many trees for just 7 critters. Also, we're not overproducing because this incubator is not powered. That is pretty bad. Nobody's hugging this. Just killing them. Ah, it's fine. Yeah, but a secondary incubator at least would be great. Good, can't be helped. It's fine. What is this situation now? Overpressure. Good, so we're finally done here. What is the temperature? 100 degrees. How much do we have? 3 tons. Let's run this for a bit. Babysit it as well. When is my gold coming? Don't know, but we can close this off here. Right. When's my gold coming? 7.7 cycles. Jerry2PC says, I just opened my game and realized mine are normal. Your suits? You can change the default settings. You can go to the main menu and then you click on your wardrobe and on individual duplicants. And if you click on the individual duplicants, then you can have their default set up. I made my default setup so that that you have the puffed suits equipped per default. If you don't have it equipped per default, you have to go here and click on change this duplicant's outfit. And you can say clothing, overjoyed response, atmosuit. And here's my atmosuit. That is there. And you can click them here. I love this game. This is so convenient. It's really cool. Jim, jim, jim. So cool. Alright. Overjoyed response. Restyle. Are you a balloon artist? You are. Good. That is important. Anybody else? You got the puffed up? Good. Anybody else? You got the puffed up? Yep. We're all puffed up here. Damn, you have to do it manually for all of them. You have to manually do it for all of them just once, J2PC. Or when you play with them, you go into this menu and they probably will remember over playthroughs. So if you play the game and only have 3 duplicates, you do the 3 and they will stay like that forever and ever. But yeah, if you want the default settings immediately when you take on a duplicate, gotta do it for all of them. That's what I did. Alright, back to it. Good. Here we go. This looks so great. Let's make it very clean. Good. Oh no, the sand fell through? Oh. Do we have more sand? Don't think so. And what the heck did I do here? Need a helper tile and then cross build. Let's do this here. And that. Oh, and will this get erased? Not really. It's mostly safe. Good. So we could do something else over here. Let's do another ladder. Alright. It's fine. Oh man, it's not fine. There's something missing. Oh, at least we don't have a buried tile. Suckers. Can't be helped. Good. Should we dig out more? Absolutely. Gonna reclaim all this territory. Good. What about here? To continue on the deleting of the pollution. Good. This is for. Oh man, I meant to babysit this. What the heck? Oh. How much coal did we burn while I wasn't looking? Oof. Almost out. Damn it. That is very bad. Good, but we got some reed fiber here. How much? 34 units. So our time is limited again. Good. This is now very hot because I completely forgot about it. But maybe they're going to use it for the insulated tile. Let's check it out. Good. Going to put in another speck of liquid here. It's going to be crude oil. And then we're going to build a ladder down. And we're going to be inside of an atmosuit as well. As soon as we have the gold. Can we dig out more coal? No. But it's fine. We're going to have coal production here. Right? Probably. Good. Let's push out this water. Going to use a marble tile. There we go. Good. More of these. This is done. We need to go there from over here. Let's get it. Dig. And then we can build a door here. Deconstruct. Or we could do a double door here. And for the time being, yep, have them trapped still. Why is this a marble tile? That was a mistake. Or we could decrease airflow. Surround ourselves with marble tiles. Maybe. Oh, wait a minute. This needs to be renovated as well. Alright then. It's fine. How many do I need here? 3. Good. That means we're going to corner build something there. It's going to be a marble tile. And then a carpeted tile again, which I don't have. Put it in. Where's the music? It's just some new music. Good. There we go. So the last 10 missions, last 10 minutes of this session. There we go. What we're gonna do? I think we're going to erupt the gold volcano. Good. How's the food here looking? Pickled meal, makrut, spinny grub fruit, and roast grub fruit nut. Right, we're cooking up a storm. Good, grub fruit nut. As long as this is full, heat is nominal. All this stuff we're going to deal with as well. Can I go in? I should just dig this all out. So what is going on here? That is liquefiable. Snow, polluted ice, and ice. Let's put it all in a spot. Probably going to need more storage bins. Let's replace this tile. It's quite important. Oh, excuse me. What if this... Wait. No, we're gonna drop it down and... then it's sweep only. Don't like that much. No. On top of this could be a sweeper then in the end. So it's fine. Let's put them in. Good. Question is, should we pop this volcano? And is this reachable? Currently it is reachable. Things are gassing off here as well. But we only have 2% stress. It's gonna be fine. Good. Yes, but what is more important? Food, maybe. I don't know. These duplicants have so much to do. Maybe this ladder should be done first? Yes. Good. Deconstruct this is in the way. Or is it really? It's the end of the farm. I don't think it is. But pushing out the water I kind of want to do. Where'd the water go? I just went in here. Yeah, we want to push it out to there. Do we have enough liquid here? We do. Good. Cooking. This is fine. Here we meant to do more automation. We do not have the gold. That's alright. We have more resources here. Stick this out when we have the time. Good. Critters. I wonder. This could be a farm already. What if we were to put some hatches there? Copy settings? Maybe. But what do they eat then? We can just put something in. And then we have hatches. All the igneous rock that we have left. They're going to eat up. We're going to use the igneous rock to tame this. Let's be very careful. Deconstruct. Yeah, I think I want more meltage here. This needs to be a rather completely submerged. Good. We got a lot of ice here, -degrees. And let's not forget the temperature plates. Going to do sedimentary and temperature plates, and we're going to do it everywhere. Shipping automation utilities. Temperature plate? Granite, cemetery, rock. 800 though, hold on. Are we going to do every intermittent again? And every other one granite? Sure. It is the theme. Let's do it. Tum 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 tum. Oh, this is now not fitting. Uh-huh. Alright then. How much do we have left? Oh, we're out. We're practically out. Fresh white is 100. Yep, we're practically out. Good. Do we have more sedimentary rock? We don't. So this is a terrible idea. Let's instead use a different material. Utilities, automation. Utilities, temperature plate, granite or igneous rock. Let's do granite. Good. Like so. Yep, that's much better. Then we can do the fresh white around. Good. And even up here. No. Nah, it's just, I cannot even see the diagonal. So sad. Alright, put it in. Here and there like so. Good. Oh, not like so. And not at all. No. Just put it in like that. Is good enough. Alright. They're going to build this up. They have a lot to do. Waiting for the volcano to erupt. Food is what we have. Time is what we're out of. But let's see if we can do it in 2 minutes. Guy is dormant 6.5 seconds. Nope. Not going to make it ever. 4 of 7 pips. Pip egg is incubating, but it's just 1. It's alright. Good. Is our room still intact? We have a great hall. We have a nature reserve. Washroom, kitchenette, park. That park is going to be used when duplicants are bringing eggs down into the kitchen saltwater seasoning tile chamber. This is salt water and the meat is going to get seasoned and then it goes into the electric grill. That makes sense. Good. Everything goes here. Bringing water where? Into the water cooler. That's fine. You still have enough water. It's never running out. Good. Granite 140 degrees hot. How much? Almost a ton of granite here. Let's move it to here. Is alright. And then, oh, what we could do is corner build a little bit. Just to kick things off. Maybe we can even reclaim this all. No, that is unrealistic. That is extremely unrealistic. But we can start going here. Let's dig this. And then use helper granite. Granite helper here. Or let's just use marble. Good. It's going to go straight down. And here the ladder is going to go straight down. Right, let's not forget the actual liquid lock. Hauling point. 0.1 on liquid crude oil. Enable drop, enable spin, enable all ball. And then we will have only 100 G left of the crude oil. So that's not good enough for any much. But it's alright. The thing is, when we go through here, using our atmosuit, we can already dig out some aluminum ore from here and from there. It's just going to cost us reed fiber and power. Power, though. The desalinator is not running. We're out. We're out of oxygen. Oh, hold on. Let's run the supplement water. Good. That should not be... What is the guys here doing? Oh yeah, we're still waiting on the guy to erupt. Because this is not only cooling down the volcano, is also providing the liquid for our electrolyzer setup. Right. How much hydrogen is saved? Good. So power is saved up enough. That is fine. So we can go on empty for a while. But the oxygen is going low. Alright. Because they're cleaning up the rooms. Pump is pumping. We will have water desalinated again. 30 degrees, yes, it's a bit hot here. That's alright. How big is this room? 27, it needs to be 32 to be a lab. That's unfortunate. If we were to do a door here... There's one more tile. Nope. Just nope. But there, if you move the door... That's a yep. Let's get it. Replace this all. Good. Then put a door here once we have the ore. Gonna reclaim the steel from that steel door here. Right, what's the colony doing? Is looking alright. A lot of things to do here. There's this ice. Thought I put this in. Crazy. Did I not? Good, and this is priority 5, so they're gonna do it when they have the time. Or the cook is going to do it, because they're dedicated to that job. It's... Yep. We're going to put it all here in one spot. Oh, might overflow if we're unlucky. But we need the igneous rock. This is good for coal. Alright. And this iron is good for steel. Just have to find a way to harvest it. I'm thinking contactless pump from up here somewhere. As should be the only way. And then... Cooks are the most oppressed group in Oni, says Jerry2PC. They are? I don't know, they have a pretty neat setup here. When they're done running the gym, they stand on a carpeted tile all the time and cook. They should be alright. Oh, they don't look alright. I agree. Cooking food without breaks? Come on. It's up to you to make your duplicants feel good. Here's a schedule tab, and we have 3 hours where we're doing nothing. And then we have 3 hours where we're gonna sleep. Doesn't seem like it's too bad. Also, they might have a bad expression there in their face. But man oh man, stress-wise, only 2% stress. I think they're good. Can we move up the rest here? Possibly. What about the sleet wheat? Should we just cook this up? I think we should bring some pips and make a farm. What did we do here? Is that not already a farm? I think it is. Here's a plant. That one will get ripped out. So, seaweed. Could do 3, and here we could do 3 as well. Might be worth thinking about. What about here? I think we messed up. Ah, yeah, we messed up tons. Seedweed here. Oh, yeah. This is so unfortunate. But how much seedweed do I want, really? This is 6, 9, 18, 17 I could do. What about up there? He's already one growing. Can rip it out. Think I could do even another level. Let's try and get this. Good. Man, I can't stop playing this game. This is almost a straight shot. We could be alright with making a seedweed farm here. It's definitely always a straight, almost a straight shot. Then we're going to do, yeah, going to close off the area here. Good, let's do that. Dum dum. Here we're gonna reclaim a little bit over there. Because why not? And now we're gonna figure it out. 1, 2, 3. Does what work? Nothing. 1, 2, 3. Nothing. 1, 2, 3. Oh man, I need to look down. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Nothing. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Nothing. Ah. Here we have an empty tile. Or we could move it over one tile. Let's find out about that. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Nothing. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Nothing. 1, 2, 3. That would work. That would work. Good. What about the sleet? The Weesmort? Gonna rip it out. Do we want to mutate it or not? This is already done. This is 1, 2, 3. I don't think we're gonna have this symmetric. But we can try. So if we start again here. 1, 2, 3, yes. 1, 2, 3, no. No. This sleetweed might mutate come time. Let's leave it in is good. What about here? What about this? Radiation? 250? Is good. Let's leave it in. Good. Do it like that then. This is looking completely wonkered out. And if I dig out snow, it's gonna drop down and it's gonna screw me. So let's not. Let's leave this as is. It's fine. Can I plant here while this is in effect? Maybe. 1, 2, 3. So this would be 1, 2, 3, nothing. 1, 2, 3. This would work. 1, 2, 3, nothing. And then we're over here. I guess it's just gonna be a sleetweed farm that looks different. Is alright. But this is 4 hours, 10 minutes. I can't stop playing. But I should. Yes, let's take a break. I'm going to be back a bit later. Probably with another session option included. Because right now, this is just having me in its grip. Good, and then we're gonna push this out. And there's the gold coming. 5 cycles. Alright. Save the game. Here we got stifled plants. Pickled meal might run low. Pips is 4/7. No, I gotta stop. Save the game. Fantastic. Good. And I'm going to say thank you guys so much for watching. Don't forget my free wheel spin giveaway on the 1st of each month. You're gonna guarantee win a free Steam game. If it's gonna be you who's gonna be the person winning. Right now there's only one person participating, so participate. and you have a 50-50 chance of definitely winning something. So thank you guys so much for watching again, and thanks for chiming in. I'm going to see you next time. Have a good day and a good night.